Good evening. It's Monday, December 1st, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse Reichler, and you're joining me tonight for the first of what looks like it will be many sessions this month as we try the impossible. We're going to try to play through as many of the Hunt-A-Killer games that are being retired at the end of the year, before the end of the year, when, for all we know, our understanding is that much of the content online will be inaccessible, and thus these games may be difficult to play. So let's check in with the chat, and then we've got lots to talk about before we get started. Melissa says, I've emailed Hunt-A-Killer. We'll let the Discord know when I get an answer from them. So what we asked Melissa to contact them about is to find out what they really mean when they say that at December 31st, these games are being retired and will no longer, the online content will no longer be accessible. It's either that on December 31st, when midnight comes, they're going to take down the websites for these games. We'll talk about which games in a minute. And then at that strict deadline, you just won't be able to access any of the online content, much of which is central to some of these games. Or it may just mean that on December 31st, they're going to stop providing support and they're going to let the domains and content expire, or when it starts breaking, they won't try to fix it. If it's the latter, then we have a little bit of leeway and maybe we'll go into January. If it's the former, we may try a little bit harder to get as many of these done by the end of December as we can. You can see the 5 boxes for The Woods, which is the first season of the Empty Faces cycle, which consists of 3 seasons. And what we're going to try to get done is the 3 seasons, 15 boxes in the Empty Faces series, and then the 10 boxes, 2 seasons, in the Earthbreak series, which is science fiction. So this is sort of Witch, supernatural, and then Earthbreak is science fiction. There are 4 or 5 other games, seasons, that are being retired at the end of the year. One is Blair Witch, which we've already played on the channel. I think it normally takes us about a week to play through them at a leisurely pace. We played Blair Witch 1 and 2, which I really loved. Very creepy. They're also retiring, I believe, the first 3 or 4 seasons that were ever released from Hunt a Killer, which are Initiation, Transformation, Vindication. I'm sure there may be people who have more knowledge of Hunt a Killer can fill me in when I get something wrong. Those games I do have most of. I have acquired most of, but I understand that there are playthroughs on YouTube of those. So those are very low priority for us. Our goal here is have to enjoy the game and have to sort of be archivists and archive these games so that someone can watch them even when they're not playable. And we'll talk about how we might play these games a little differently because of those dual goals. So can we get played 25 boxes in 30 days? Maybe not, but it is doable if we put our minds to it. But what kind of toll is it going to take on my sanity? That's what we don't know and what we're going to find out. We debated where to start, but I think we're going to start, well, we have decided to start with The Woods, which we think might be a little bit easier than, The Woods may be a little harder than Earthbreak, so we started at the harder ones here. The other thing that's going to make this a little bit difficult is that because we're going to try to play so many games this month, and we have a deadline, and we all know I don't work well under stress and time constraints. But because of that, it means I probably am not going to be able to schedule these too far in advance, and they're not going to be at a regular time. Like normally when we play these long games, we try to do it like, okay, we're going to do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then everyone can plan for it. But because it's going to be difficult to coordinate that, I have a feeling that I'm going to be doing some streams where I give the audience an hour notice. And that means it may be harder for you guys to attend every live session. Of course, you can always watch it after the fact, but we'll see. We'll see if I end up alone for many of these. All right, so I talked about how we're going to play these to enjoy them, but also as for archival purposes. And I think one of the big issue that we have to address is ciphers. As I understand it, these games, these earlier Hunt a Killer games, can be heavy on the use of codes and ciphers. Now, I have a history with Hunt a Killer. My least favorite Hunt a Killer experiences are those that are heavy in these brute force ciphers that just take a lot of time and effort to go through the motions to decode messages. But even in the best of circumstances, ciphers and codes can take significant amount of time. And there may be, as Hunt a Killer, these were the early days, was calibrating itself, it didn't have a great feel for how long certain things should take. And some of these early games tell you, you may have to go research on the internet outside of the game for a while. So what we've decided to do is use this as a little bit of an experiment. And whereas normally when I play, I'm happy to well, happy may not be the right word, but I'm more inclined to sit and puzzle over something for several hours and maybe work on a cipher for several hours. Games that we really are enjoying, sometimes it takes us days offline to complete some cipher or something. But we're not going to do that with these. We are going to much more readily go to the hints. And we're just going to swallow our pride a little bit. And when we get stuck on something and it feels like we're not having that much fun and we want to progress, we will just go try to find hints. Now, the games we're playing today, all of the sets you see behind me, all of Empty Faces and all of Earthbreak, were generously sent to me by a viewer, Elaine Covington. She sent me all of these for us to play, so I hope we'll all thank Elaine. And Elaine has gone to some trouble to provide some notes for us. I think she's tried to capture some of the online content in case it goes offline. And she gave me a link to a third-party website, Hunt a Killer Investigates or Investigators, which seems to have some additional hints and help. So I think we're going to be okay. But we're also going to have to be a little bit patient. These are old games. I think this is the one we're playing today is 2018 or so. And even though they haven't been retired yet, some of the links and URLs are broken and you have to search a little bit around for them. So we're going to try to be a little more patient about playing this game if we have some trouble online. And this may be the third time these copies are being played. So if we encounter a problem, normally when we review these experiences, we can be pretty harsh on the game, but we're going to be a little more generous about the experience in general. And we'll just think of it as taking a trip in time back to the days when this was released, and we'll forgive some stuff as these things were being figured out. Let's check in with the chat before I continue this monologue here. Good luck, you're going to need it. If you take the approach of once you figure out the cipher, read the deciphered text for sure. For sure, we're not going to sit deciphering stuff once we figure it out. But we may even jump to the solution once we work on it for a little bit. Joseph says, with this series, it's much more fun to approach it as a narrative experience and don't focus too much of the enjoyment on the puzzles. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Then everyone is thanking Elaine. We should take a peek at Hunt a Killer next summer and see if there's a new round of retirements for next year. Yes, that's a good idea. All right, let's talk a little bit about Empty Faces and the history of this game we're playing. As I understand it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I have occasionally, I think in the past I said that Empty Faces was made by a different company and Hunt a Killer bought it. I was looking around a little bit today and it looks like it's maybe a little bit different. It looks like maybe originally it was spun off. So Hunt a Killer was a subscription service. You get a new game new box every month. And I think now, as I understand it, that some people from Hunt a Killer spun off and released the Empty Faces series, which started with The Woods, as a separate project, but made by the same people. But a separate subscription service, perhaps. And I think what happened is eventually Hunt a Killer put their embrace around them and brought Empty Faces back into and under the heading of Hunt a Killer. Probably Hunt a Killer realized they couldn't produce content as quickly, and they said, okay, we want to keep going. This is the surviving twin, which is now going to eat the twin that's not doing as well. And they just absorbed them and re-released the Empty Faces series as Hunt a Killer seasons. That's my current understanding. Matt says, yes, they started a new subscription and just merged it into Hunt to Killer. Same thing for Blair Witch and the sci-fi one. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, interesting. All right, so what do we need to do to get started here? Now, the other non-ideal thing is that I'm still getting over a little bit of a cold. I think I sound fine, but if I start coughing, you know why. I find it kind of annoying to be listening to you. There's so much content on YouTube. It's like you're there with a hair trigger. The moment someone says a phrase you don't like, or some political opinion you don't like, or starts coughing, or the audio has some issue, you just quickly move on to the next video. So that's okay. I don't mind if you do that. But I'm especially grateful to have a group here with me, especially for the first session when we figure out how we're going to approach these. Probably as we get further into December, we're going to be less and less, we're going to be more and more quick to move along and go to the hints, whatever. So maybe for our first session, we can take our time and enjoy it. But there is a clock. I in the back of my mind, I know there's a clock. All right, so we're going to open our first box here. And it may be that we come across something written on, hopefully nothing that's going to, well, Elaine kept good care of all this. So if there's anything written on it, it's going to be minor. But everyone's going to have a laid back approach to this. Get your coffee and tea. Now, I do want to go get my notes from Elaine. Okay. So look how nice this is. Notes about online content for empty faces. Okay, so we're just going to put away the one for Earthbreak. Let's just see if Elaine has given us information that we need to read here. We'll try not to read any spoilers. Woods is the first game at face series. They don't have to be put in order. I recommend doing so. All these games are set in Cooper's Rock. I was able to access almost all the online content when I played this back in April. And then she's added some online printouts. And she's added some extra stuff if we get stuck, where to look. Okay, so we'll refer to that if we need to. All right, this is kind of exciting. Don't panic. If you do 2 a session, I think you'll easily finish everything. We'll see. Well, some of these boxes tend to be longer than others. It might be nice to know, like, should we take our time with the first box? Okay, empty faces. 7 items. Okay, hints and reveals. So I don't know if this is Elaine's. I guess this is probably Elaine Covington's printouts from the website. Or I'm not sure, because there's a separate one here that says online content. So, and it's a big printout. Okay, so if we can't access anything online, we'll go here. This if we need help. So everything, I guess we'll just put that stuff aside. And this looks like our content. All right, so we have a notebook here, not written in, but with 2 symbols. It is exciting to think that we may be one of the last people to be able to play this game, to fully experience it. All right, we have a little amethyst necklace. We have some sticks. This is probably like sage or something. Yeah. I don't know if it's sage. It's that thing that smells like purple. It's almost like, I don't know. Maybe it'll tell us. I'm also of the understanding that there's a lot of reading in these empty faces cases. Okay, this looks like it might be our starting letter here. Hello, dear stranger. You don't know me, but I met you once already. We were in a dream space together, and you were bathed in light that did not glare. You were like a lit candle, and neither did the wick burn nor the wax melt. This is how I knew you would help us. You are the one to free my beloved granddaughter, Isabella. She was taken, you see. She was taken, broken, and delivered. Delivered almost to my door, dumped in the high grass outside. Yet she's been captive in some invisible prison ever since. I tend to her daily needs, empty her chamber pot, and play my violin for her. The doctor visits to give her nutrition and put drops in her eyes, but she doesn't eat whole food or drink water, and her eyes are red and dry and tired. She doesn't speak either, but I know she can see. She rests in her bedroom, staring out at the woods. She used to spend so much time out there communicating with the wood spirits. She would leave messages in the trees using a language I don't know. She was such a sweet girl, so innocent, but that was taken away from her, and she's just a husk of who she was. Read the doctor's opinion if you need to. I don't like asking for anything from a stranger in town, but he's all the health care we've got around here for what my remedies won't fix. Life in our quiet home in the woods has become an awful cycle of heartbreaks. Things have been steady like this for a month now, and I believe I know why. There is evil in this world. It lurks in the places you cannot see. The women of my family have been sensitive to it for generations. We are sensitive to many things, but the most terrible of these is the faceless evil. It lives wherever power flows freely, and for this reason, I live away from lightning. I tried to keep Isabella safe, but she wanted to see the world. I thought a few trips into town would settle her curiosity and she'd be done with the notion. But looking at pages from her diary, I know how wrong I was. I've asked the doctor to make copies in town for me so you can see for yourself. I know you can help us. I knew it in my dream. I want you to meet me there. Take this moon pendant and wear it to bed. If you make it a habit, it will become ritual. And I believe that before long, we may be able to commune in the dream space. In the meantime, you may learn something deeper about yourself from your dreams. I pray you will gain strength from whatever you find in your sleep. You will need strength. You will need all the help you can get. To start, you need to cleanse your dwelling of negative remainders, and purify the air before you can help me. A fresh slate, you see. Follow my instructions. They are not written with our alphabet, but another that I was taught as a child. These characters have power when inked on a page. This ritual will protect you, at least in part, from the influence of the evil. It is not enough, I fear. The evil grows with my granddaughter's every breath. Every heartbeat may be another step deeper into whatever abyss holds that sinister menace. You will help, I know it, because you were shown to me. Bless Grace U. Montgomery. And then she signed it with these symbols she's talking about. Similar to this. I guess we do have one in common here. Is this her name? Grace, Grace? And what's the name of this girl's whose diary it is? I mean, this is blank, so I guess this is not her diary. Isabella. Okay. All right, well, that's creepy. Okay, here is the doctor's message. This looks like it might have, well, I don't know if it was printed out. Well, let's see, actually. 7 items. 7 items, but they're not listed. Okay. But you can read the episode contents, except this website won't quite work. But I think they just renamed it to members.emptyfaces, and we do have a password that we're going to need. Jonathan Warner says maybe this is EF for empty faces. That would line up with this being the E for here. We'll see. Okay, let's see if we can make sense of these doctors' report at Cooper's Rock. Isabella seems to be maintaining a steady hold on life despite her general lack of function. I'll continue to administer small doses of morphine for any pain she may be experiencing. In the meantime, I will also continue my daily visits to ensure proper monitoring of her condition. Isabella's situation must be kept secret until the time is right to inform others. No one wants nosy neighbors or, at worst, a panic. Hopefully, we will see some degree of progress in the coming months. I do not expect her to recover soon, but she must have a complete lifetime ahead of her. Grace has been made aware of the situation, seems content to allow me to continue my work unimpeded. One hard copy of this report printed for Grace's records. And then these look like just duplicates of the other text. Why does... this is a little creepy the way this guy phrases it. Like he wants her alive for some other reason. Harold Oliver. Like he doesn't seem all that concerned with her quality of life. He's just like, I gotta keep her alive and not tell people. I don't like that. Did anyone else get that vibe that the doctor has got some ulterior motives? All right, it looks like we've got already a first code here of some sort. What is this? Okay, so if you squint your eyes, do you see, like, it looks like you could see like an S, like these could be letters, not quite. They're all, there's 2 different, it's this basic shape, but it's rotated, resized, and reflected, right? Sometimes it's like a B with the white on the bottom left. Sometimes if you rotate it, it's the opposite. Do you see any patterning here? It almost feels like it's spelling out letters. I don't quite see it. Hard to change these. It would be very hard to make an alphabet out of each symbol, like looking at its rotation and its reflection. It would be hard to get 26 letters out of that. It does look like it's mostly pairs. And you could almost look at rows, but not quite. But it does feel like they might be pairs. Like, is everything paired off? Pair, 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 pair. Not sure. Like, if it was pairs, then you could say maybe it's something to do with the space carved out. I'm not sure. Let's put it for later. Rick says, could these be semaphore flags? Jonathan Warner says, I think you got it. Really? I don't have much experience with semaphore codes, but they're all just this symbol? And rotated? I mean, I know they do like different directions. Then it would be pairs, right? Like, I think the semaphore code is pairs. All right, we'll look online for that in a moment. Let's keep going and reading everything we have to read first. All right, so here we have another document. It's got some music, it's got some words, and it's got symbols here and here. And it's like a collage with an owl. And we don't know where it's from. All right, let's try to see what we've got. Kayla says our project is actually getting some hits. I find it so frustrating. I find it so frustrating that words develop these double meanings. I don't understand. Who decided that hits should mean the number of times someone has visited a website? It's a cool word, and it simply doesn't make any sense. Okay, so someone is making a website. It's troubling to think that complete strangers might really be needing what Kayla and I wrote. But might be reading what Kayla and I wrote. But I'm nervous too. I'm not sure Granny would approve of sharing our practice this way. But Kayla says people are interested, and I don't see the harm. She even bought a new domain for our project, which is KaylaBellaMagic.com. I like seeing our names together like that, as if we're making something all our own. If we are truly going to continue with our project, Kayla will need to learn about projection too. I don't want anything to happen to her because of me. And what have we got down here? Things to look up so Kayla doesn't think I'm backwards. Low key, high key. It's lit. Keep at 100. Fam. Do it for the something. Haters. These are all slang words that kids use. Low key, high key. It's lit. Keep it at 100. Fam. What is this one? Bay. I think this one is Bay. And then do it for the... This is the only phrase I'm not sure I know. Do it for the what? These are just terms that kids use. Well, haters is a separate phrase that she's got down here, but this one here, do it for the something, is a different term. All these others are separate terms. Fam is a term. It's lit, meaning something's great. This is like family, friends. Bay is like best best friend. This is not do it for the haters. This is do it for the arse or something. Low key, high key. All right. Well, we'll figure it out later. All right, and then what have we got for these symbols? Is this the same set? I believe it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the same set of symbols here as here for some reason. Do it for the vine? I've never heard that phrase. All right, let's go open up this website and take a look at what presumably Isabella is working on with Kayla. All right, let's bring up. We're not going. I don't really need a private page here. Okay, let's see. Kayla, Bella, Kayla, Bella, magic.com. Kayla Bella Magic, exploring natural magic one spell at a time. What on earth? I just went back to look at this blog for the first time in a while, and a bunch of my old posts have been password protected somehow. I haven't changed anything, so I don't get how this could happen. I tried changing the settings from the admin side of the blog, but it didn't work. What is going on? I have to help her. I've basically been crying all week. My mom let me skip school because I could hardly get out of bed, but I can't let this go. I need to know how this happened. She was the sweetest, kindest, most genuine person I've ever met, and I can't just pretend like something isn't really wrong with all this. Why won't anyone tell me the truth? The police won't take me seriously, and her grandma doesn't want to talk to me. There's no one else I can ask for help. The worst part is, I can't help wondering if there was something I could have done. What if she needed help and I didn't even notice? I keep going over and over it in my head. I'm making this post so that maybe someone will see it and catch something I missed. I'm sharing screenshots of all the Facebook posts she made in case there's anything in there that could explain what happened to her. Wow, that's a lot of Facebook. Wow, that's a lot of posts to look at. I guess we're going to be looking at each of these. Okay, but presumably this is Isabella writing something's gone wrong with her mom. Do we have a date here? Guess we'll have a date on some of the Facebook posts. Let's just keep reading before we look. This is worse. I can't believe this is happening. It doesn't feel real. I just don't get it. I don't understand. The other day I was out grocery shopping with my mom and we ran into Dr. Hargo. I remember Isabella. Okay, so this is not Isabella writing. And Hargo, is that Harold Oliver? Or is that a different doctor? And who is writing? Is this Kay? Oh, this is, I guess this is Kayla, maybe. Ran into Dr. Hargo. Vine was a video thing back in the day. We're in a 2018 time capsule. Do it for the Vine. Vine probably meaning the old videos that were recorded years ago before YouTube and TikTok take off. Vine was a video thing. Jesse, it might make more sense to start at the bottom of the blog and read up. That might be chronological order. Valley says, I think it's Kayla writing about what happened to Isabella. Okay, so everyone wants me to go from the bottom. We have this with email. All right, let me see what we've got. Wow, look at all this content. Holy cow. Okay, I think you're right. We're reading from the bottom. There's a lot to do here. All right. part of the challenge we're going to have is, on one hand, it might feel like we're trying to rush through this stuff to get it finished by December, but we should also not be rushing through it to ruin our enjoyment. So if it means, we have to take our time and enjoy it. All right, so you're right, though. This is probably a good tip in general, to see when to read from the oldest to the newest. Make sure it's not at the bottom or top. Okay, meet your local witch. This seems like maybe their first post. What would you do if you found out your new best friend was a witch? Make her teach you everything she knows and start a blog about it, right? Yeah, me too. Imagine my surprise when one day Isabella just casually mentions that she and her grandma are going to do some magic later. When we first met, I kind of figured they were probably super religious. I guess that's just my assumption about homeschooled kids. Sorry, not sorry. I was definitely not expecting her to tell me she's basically a witch. I'm really not a witch, and it's not witchcraft. Okay, so this looks like we've got some red text. This is Isabella writing now. I'm really not a witch, and it's not witchcraft. It's practice. Practicing is something you do, not something you are. Anyone can practice, although certain people are more adept than others. Okay, whatever you say. She's definitely a witch, right? Many of the women in my family have been what Granny calls sensitive. I suppose you'd say we're more attuned to the natural influences in the world. It often skips a generation, so Granny and I are sensitive, but I'm told my mother wasn't. This is Kayla again. We did a test with this sort of pendant thing to find out if I'm sensitive, and apparently I'm not really. Oh well, I guess that dream I keep having where I'm scoping out a giant melon isn't prophetic after all. Isabella says it doesn't matter, though. She can still teach me the basics. Except she says it's called schooling when you teach someone about magic. I guess. Looks like I'm going to be learning witchcraft or practice. Okay, and then this is one of them. Either probably Kayla, but it could be Isabella. We're not sure. She's got a little hand palm there to read palms. And it looks like she's got this thing, possibly. Okay, next post. Aha, they're talking about the writing. The spirit alphabet. Before Isabella can start schooling me in magic, she says I have to learn the spirit alphabet. Her grandma's hex book, which is sort of like a spell book, is written in this magical language called the spirit alphabet. Basically, it's like the ABCs of magic. The spirit alphabet is not a different language, just another alphabet. Granny says it was created a long time ago by the women in our family to prevent outsiders from reading their hex books. Back when the early hex books were written down, women had to be careful who knew they were practitioners. So having a secret way to record their knowledge was important. Isabella says I'm not allowed to share the whole spirit alphabet here because writing it all out at once is bad luck. She says it's okay if I share a little bit, though, so here's some homework she gave me to help me learn it. It's not the whole alphabet, but it's some homework. What are we looking at? It's probably some phrases, right? It's probably 4 sentences. She's not repeating herself, but you can see there are definitely characters repeated. Like here, there's that double letter there in the center of the screen. So it's not like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's more like homework, like write out some phrases. So we've got lots of 2-letter words. Here's one trick. Look for the 1-letter words, like here. That should be an A or an I guess, right? if that's what we think is happening. So yeah, there's another single letter word, probably an I, but could be an A or an I. And we could gradually, if we think she signed her name, where is my, if we think this might be Grace, that would be consistent that this is our A and that it's a single letter A. So I think we can be pretty confident that that is an A and that therefore this is Grace. We should see lots of these. E is very common in English, and in fact, I do see quite a few of them in our message. Okay, so you can see, I think we're already making good progress. We've got a bunch of two-letter words. There aren't that many of those. If we're right, now that I think we are, that this is an A, a C, and an E, then you might guess that this is an F, as Jonathan guessed, empty faces. All right, so we may want to print this out and start annotating it, but notice she says it's not the whole alphabet. So I don't know what letters are missing from it. It's an awfully big message to have much missing. Okay, and then this is probably, we don't know if it's Kayla taking photos of Isabella or vice versa. Maybe we're going to find out soon enough. All right, well, we're not going to decode it now. We'll print it out and start annotating later. Let's continue. Purification. Sage smoke is the best way to purify your home. This ritual was probably borrowed from the Native American practice of smudging, which uses herbs and smoke to purify and bless things. Sage should be dried in the moonlight if possible. The more it is exposed to moonlight, the more powerful it will become. This is true of most herbs and magical objects, in fact, except for bones, which should be kept in the shade until they are used. Don't forget about fire safety. I learned this the hard way. Here are some other methods of purification the Hex book mentions. If you think you've been cursed, drink a cup of chamomile tea first thing every morning for 3 days. A bath infused with rosemary and lavender can cleanse any object that has attracted a negative influence. To rid your home of ill intent, scatter salt across the floor and sweep it up while singing a hymn backwards. Sweep it out the door without touching the salt. Okay. And here she is in the woods with Sage. There's little corruption that has happened to this file too. That's a little creepy, actually. Do you notice that the image has been corrupted a little bit? That's creepy. I don't like that. I grew up in the city. Any picture of woods creeps me out. So I don't even like looking at the outdoors. Protection. You can wear a length of knotted twine around your neck or wrist to protect yourself from negative influences. The knots are supposed to be spaced at an equal distance along the twine. With each knot, you're supposed to state your intention. The more knots you make, the stronger the charm will be. Dipping the joined ends of the twine in a mix of blood and honey will make it stronger, too. I didn't ask whose blood it's supposed to be. Sealing the ends together with beeswax will also work. Blood, honey, and beeswax are all powerful binders and will make almost any charm much stronger. Using all three together is the strongest of all. And the practitioner's blood is best, in case you were truly curious. The blood of an animal will also suffice. Yeah, I'm not going to recommend you cut yourself, but you do you, I guess. You can hang 2 pieces of crossed iron above your door to protect your home. For even more protection, hammer an iron nail into each corner of your door and window frames. I think this might be related to the superstition of putting a horseshoe above a door for good luck, although it doesn't have that element of kind of containing the good luck that the horseshoe has. I'm not sure it works that way. There are influences, good and bad, and all kinds in between. And they can touch you or you can draw them to you. But I wouldn't say you could scoop up good luck like sugar in a spoon. What an odd idea. Well, wind chimes are also good protection. The sound of the chimes will dispel negative influences gathered around your home and stop ill-intentioned people from drawing near. Here we have another photo with more corruption. She's making a charm here by tying knots in the twine. And then here's one of these posts that Kayla says she did not password protect, but someone did. Auguries. This content is password protected. To view it, enter your password. Okay, but we don't know what password she would use. So we're going to skip that, but maybe we better put it on our to-do list, right? So we don't forget at some point. Dreams and visiting. Dreams are powerful. They often predict things to come. This is Isabella. Is it Isabel or Isabella? Isabella. Dreams are powerful. They often predict things to come, and there are certain signs you can use to interpret the portents in your dreams. But dreams can also be a way to communicate with spirits. Spirits of the dead may make themselves known in dreams, and an experienced practitioner can also send their living spirit out in dreams. This is called visiting. If you ever wake up feeling like someone just said your name, it's possible you were visited in the night. If you wake up with a weight on your chest or you can't move, you're probably being visited by an ill-intentioned spirit. According to the Hex book, dreams about lightning foretell bad luck. If you see the full moon in your dream, it means you're coming into your fullest power. A dream about the waning moon means you will be vulnerable in the next few days. Rabbits are a lucky sign, but hawks are luckier. If you dream about housework, you'll be facing upheaval soon. Rivers mean change, but also constancy. There's so much about dreams in the Hex book, there's no way I can fit it all into one post. I need to do a follow-up someday with more dream interpretation info. Herbs and plants. Here are some herbs that are useful to a practitioner according to the Hex book. Carve your heart's desire into a beech branch and bury it to make your wish come true. Toss Scotch broom in the air to raise the wind. Burn it and bury the ashes to settle the wind. Cornflower petals will resolve an argument. Pressing a dogwood flower between the pages of your Hex book will protect it. Wear hawthorn to protect from lightning. Oak is one of the most powerful trees. Its wood is good for making tools used in practice. Hang rosemary around the house to protect from thieves. If you carry it in a sachet or put it in your bath, it has healing powers. Carry a sprig of wormwood in your breast pocket to call someone's spirit to you. A sachet of yarrow under your pillow increases courage and attracts love and friendship. And here we are again. She's messing with some herbs, and we can see the photo file corruption again. We've got another password protected blog, Dreams Part 2. Here is a new post, Days of Power. There are some days when the natural influences are stronger than others. These are usually good days to practice, though you must take care, because they are also days when a practitioner is most easily overpowered by negative influences. You might think that solstices and equinoxes would be the most important times, and they are a big deal, but Isabella says that the halfway point between a solstice and an equinox is also really significant. That's when the boundary between the earth and the spirit world is the thinnest. The next most powerful times are full moons and new moons. There are also other days of power that aren't determined by the natural calendar, like Wednesday, which is the most balanced day because it's the middle of the week, and a practitioner's name day. Your name day is the moment you receive your true name. This is not the same as the day you were born or the day you were named by your parents. This is the day when an elder practitioner divines your true name in blood and makes you known to the spirit world. This initiates you into your power and means you can begin to cultivate new strength. Yet it also means you are more vulnerable to the influences of the spirit world. The anniversary of this day is the anniversary of a practitioner's private power. These girls are pretty serious about this. There's a lot of information here. It's pretty cool. Okay, next blog about concealment. Hanging animal bones in the branches of trees is supposed to hide whatever is beyond them. Isabella says that vertebrae are the traditional choice, but bone stars are the best if you want to conceal something from someone who means you harm. I can't believe I know this now, but a bone star is made of 4 long bones, like femurs, tied together like a cross, which, gross. To hide a particular path or road, you can carve your intention into the first tree at the start of the road. I guess this means, like, if you want so-and-so not to notice, you would carve so-and-so won't see this into the tree. I'm not sure, but the hex book doesn't really specify. This method can also be used to conceal an object you wish to keep hidden. Like, for example, you could carve a charm into the lid of a box if you didn't want someone looking for it. Or you could sew one inside a coat to keep the person wearing it from being noticed. It's important to know that these charms aren't foolproof. They work best on the unsuspecting. It would be relatively simple, for instance, to prevent strangers from straying into your field, but it would be more difficult to hide the same field from one who already knew its location. An experienced practitioner, especially a sensitive person or someone with a great deal of power, will be much more adept at seeing through concealments. Okay. Body without soul. Body without soul is what you call it when someone sends their spirit out visiting and it doesn't come back. Someone's spirit can also be forced out of their body, apparently. This can last for a little while or a long time. Isabella says there have been cases where people spent the rest of their lives body without soul. Her grandma won't talk about that, though, because even mentioning bad luck can make it happen. Is that what's happened to Isabella now? That her soul is not connected to her body? I'm not really sure what body without soul is supposed to look like because the hex book hardly ever mentions it. Hardly even mentions it. It kind of reminds me of some of the stuff I've read about zombies in a way. People who are body without soul don't go walking around with their arms out stiff, devouring human flesh. They're just hollowed out. Okay, thanks for really clearing that up, Bella. That does sound like what's going on with Isabella. Maledictions is password protected. I wonder if that just means then they don't want us to be able to access it yet, so we're going to get that in a future box. Okay, here's something about lightning. Lightning is one of the most dangerous forces in the natural world. According to the hex book, it says evil travels inside lightning, or something like that. Supposedly, it can make you sick, which, I mean, yeah, I guess being struck by lightning would be pretty bad. You have to understand, Granny uses the word lightning very broadly. My phone is lightning by her definition. She says lightning makes one more vulnerable to illness and can make all sorts of terrible things happen. Should be avoided at all costs. Lightning is a conduit for negative influences. It cleaves things in two, starts fires, leaves terrible scars on the land and the body. People touched by lightning are said to be cursed. So it could be lightning, could be like electricity. We've got password protected effigies, password protected entry on Sage, password protected Hawthorne. So it could be that one of these things is the password, or one of these, or something in that practice book. We don't know, but neither does Kayla, as we saw in her post at the top. Okay, so a whole bunch of protected blogs. We don't even know who password protected them. Oh, here's Kayla writing about Isabella being missing. Isabella is missing. I'm starting to worry something is really wrong. I haven't heard from Isabella in 2 weeks, and that's not like her at all. Here's what I know. The day before Halloween, Isabella was supposed to meet me at the library, which is where we usually wait for each other. We were supposed to go to my house to get ready for a Halloween party one of the girls in my art class was throwing that night. She was going to be Red Riding Hood, and I was the woodsman. Isabella never showed up. I texted, but she didn't answer. I called, but her phone just rang and rang. I wasn't that worried at first. This happens sometimes. There have been times before when Isabella's grandmother would say she wasn't allowed to go out, or she'd have too many chores at home. I was disappointed, but I figured I'd see her in a day or two. Now her phone is going straight to voicemail. I think it finally ran out of battery. It does happen sometimes because she can't always get to town to charge her phone. Guess she lives in a cabin without electricity. But it's been 2 weeks. Whenever she can't make it, she'll let me know or apologize later, so I just don't get what happened. I don't know what I could have done to make her not want to talk to me anymore. It's not like we fought or anything. I know people grow apart or have a falling out sometimes, but no matter how much I go over and over those last few days before Halloween, I can't think of a single thing that would have made her cut me off like that. Here's a post called "Someone is Hiding Something." Okay, now I'm sure something's going on. This is really, really, like, deeply weird. So last weekend, I decided I should try to talk to Isabella face to face. Problem is, I don't know where she lives. I mean, I kind of know where, but Isabella never let me come over to her house. She said her grandma wouldn't like it. Even though she took me out into the woods a bunch of times, the closest I ever came to her house was one time after a party when she let me give her a ride home. But she made me drop her off near the turn for her road. So anyway, I decided to see if I could find her house. I figured if Isabella was just grounded, I could see for myself. Something else was wrong. Maybe her grandmother would talk to me. Every day after school, I went out looking for her house. I got lost a lot. Like, a lot. Like, I'd turn off onto a road and be driving along it, and all of a sudden, I'd be back where I started at the highway, like the road was just one big loop. Or I'd see a light off in the distance, and I'd drive towards it, and the next thing I knew, the light would be somewhere else completely. I've lived here my whole life. Thought I knew the area pretty well, but I was completely turned around. The longer it went on, the more I started to suspect that this was more than just getting lost. Then I saw these clusters of bones hanging from the trees, and I remembered Isabella showing me a concealment charm where you hang bones in the trees, and I can't believe it, but I think I'm right. Then on Monday, I went to the sheriff's office. They obviously weren't taking me seriously, like I was just overreacting to a stupid fight. The deputy that took my statement even made it sound like there was something weird about me being worried about Isabella, like I was stalking her or something. And then today they called me. Apparently they talked to Isabella's grandma, and she said that Isabella is in Wheeling, visiting relatives. Except Isabella told me her grandmother was the only family she had. Why won't anyone take me seriously? And there's the picture of the concealment bones around the forest of Isabella's house where Kayla kept getting lost. That's pretty creepy. Okay, we're almost at the top here. This is worse. She says, I can't believe this is happening. It doesn't feel real. I just don't get it. I don't understand. The other day, I was out grocery shopping with my mom and we ran into Dr. Hargo. I remembered Isabella telling me that he would make house calls sometimes when she was sick and her grandma's herbal remedies couldn't cut it. I asked if he'd heard from her at all, and he said he'd just been up to the house the other day. I was so relieved, but then he said Isabella was catatonic. I almost started crying right there in the grocery store. My mom obviously didn't want to cause a scene, so he wouldn't really tell me more than that. Apparently, her grandmother is taking care of her at home. He told me not to worry. He said that Isabella was resting comfortably now. Those were his exact words, resting comfortably, like she's just taking a nap. Can't believe it. I wanted to find her so badly, but not like this. Somehow this is so much worse. Okay, so now we get confirmation, though, that Dr. Hargo is Harold G. Oliver. Hargo. Not sure why he has different names. Okay, and then it's our top post about, I have to help her. I've been crying all week. My mom let me skip school. I can't let this go. I need to know how this happened. She was the sweetest, kindest, most genuine person I've ever met. I can't pretend like something isn't really wrong with all this. Why won't anyone tell me the truth? The police won't take me seriously. Grandma doesn't want to talk to me. There's no one else I can ask for help. The worst part is I can't help wondering if there's something I could have done. What if she needed help and I didn't even notice? I keep going over and over it in my head. I'm making this post so someone will see it and catch something I missed. I'm sharing screenshots of all the Facebook posts she made in case there's anything in there that could explain what happened to her. Okay, so this looks like it's going to be Isabella that we've seen photos of. And we will have to look through these and see if we can catch anything. But the last post here says, I just went back to look at this blog for the first time in a while. Some of my old posts were password protected. I haven't changed anything, so I don't know how this could happen. I tried changing the settings. What's going on? Let's just look at this menu and see. Home and about. And if we click about, what do we see? We are Kayla and Isabella, two girls from West Virginia who are interested in natural magic. I'm Kayla. I'm the one writing most of this blog because Isabella is shy. I like old folk music and my black cat Willow. I'm teaching myself the auto harp right now, and someday I really want to learn how to play the hammered dulcimer. I've always been kind of low-key obsessed with witchcraft, so it's pretty cool that my best friend turned out to be a witch. My name is Isabella. I am not a witch, despite what Kayla says. However, I am a hereditary practitioner. I've been schooled in magic by my grandmother since I was a little girl, and I wish you wouldn't say I'm shy. I just happen to be more comfortable writing in a private diary than I am sharing my writing where anyone could read my writing. So that's us. Isabella is going to be schooling me in magic with the help of her grandma's hex book. Stay tuned as I start learning more about natural magic. That's pretty cool. Okay, and then back to the blog. All right, so we're going to take a break now. When we come back, we'll read this last two sheets. It looks like we have another copy of the alphabet. And then we'll look at those Facebook photos and see if we can spot anything. Pretty cool so far. Has real feel of Root of All Evil and The Messenger, like some real detailed witchcraft world. I'm intrigued. I'm enjoying it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. YouTube says 25 concurrent viewers, 8 likes. If you do like the content on this channel, I always do appreciate it when you give these videos a thumbs up. Even better if you comment on the videos and share your thoughts about the game. Okay, I have made copies of the practice alphabet that we saw on the website, so we can mark it up if we want. There is also in the set of documents a separate set of writing. I made a copy of that as well. We haven't looked at this one yet, but that way we can write on it if we want. Let's catch up with the chat. This one is starting off strong, interesting story so far. Okay, so we're all liking the story so far and how much world building there is in this witchcraft world. And it says, I've just seen the new Knives Out movie. I liked it. Very different from the second one that Jesse hated. Yes, I did very much hate that second Knives Out Glass Onion, that self-indulgent piece of dreck. But 2 people here say that the latest one was good. All right, maybe I'll see it. Rick says, might not be relevant, but there's some sheet music in the background of the paper we were looking at, and it appears to be, I know an old lady who swallowed a fly. So indeed, Rick is right. You can see, like, catch the fly. I think she'll die. Like, there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. Something happened to swallow a fly. And then she swallows the spider to catch the fly. And then she keeps swallowing things to catch the things that catch the fly. Okay. So one of the things we're thinking about in the back of our mind is what password would have been used on that website. But remember, it's not a password that Kayla purposely used. It could be someone else or Isabella. Okay, so before we get back to the website and those Facebook posts, let's take a little diversion and read this last document here. So when this first one is clearly, this is Isabella writing. She likes to write in her diary. I guess we've got a sample of her handwriting here. So Kayla is writing the blog and Isabella is handwriting. So this looks like more entries from Isabella's diary. The internet showed me so many baby animal something. I still don't understand how there can be so many of them. Who would even have time to watch them all? Baby animal videos. The internet showed me so many baby animal videos. How can there be so many, she says. I know Granny will be cross with me for wasting a candle to stay up and write this, but I can never sleep after I've spent the day in town. I stopped today to look in a shop window at a sign glowing all red and lovely. And when I got close, I could see the light inside was something shivering and almost alive. She's talking about neon, I think, but not like a flame at all. Whenever I think I'm growing used to it, town finds some new way to astound me. Kayla says it's nothing compared to a real city, but it's big to me. After I was done with the baking this morning, I went into town so I could charge my phone at the library and look at the computer until Kayla got out of school. It was cute. Get out of school. What is this first word here? Said it was cute. But we don't say who said it was cute. Maybe it was supposed to be Kayla said it was cute, but there's no, it's not written down here. Said it was cute when I didn't know things. She wouldn't talk that way. She wouldn't talk that way, like there's something wrong with me. I told Kayla I wasn't feeling well, which was true. The music was so loud, I felt almost dizzy, and that I should be getting home. It's weird how it's like torn, but the words continue. I did feel better after a while out in the fresh air, though Granny asked what the matter was when I got home. I said I was fine because I knew she'd get that tight-lipped, worrying look, and I didn't feel like arguing. I know she only wants what's best for me, but it feels so unfair sometimes. There are so many things. There's so many things Kayla knows that everyone else but me knows. And I have so much to catch up on. It makes my heart race sometimes how fast and bright and big the world really is. And that's the printer making it sounds, the scanner. Okay, how bright and big the world really is. And I have lived my whole life never knowing any of it. The first time I saw the pale blue light of Kayla's phone, it was like the whole world rushed up to meet me, everything all at once. I know Granny disapproved, but how could I turn away from this? Something said it was cute, or I didn't know things. When I didn't know things, I wish she wouldn't talk that way, like there's something wrong with me. I told Kayla I wasn't feeling well, which was true. The music was so loud, I felt almost dizzy. I should be getting home. Okay, so she's not feeling well. She doesn't want to tell her grandmother. She's talking about being overwhelmed by the internet and the whole big world since she's grown up in a little cabin. All right, well, that's all of that. Did anyone notice anything here? Nothing jumps out, just the diary of a homeschooled out-of-town girl who's just never had access to the internet and is overwhelmed by the size of the world. I don't blame her. Now, one thing that's a little odd here is no instruction for what is expected of us. Like, what are we to do at the end of this box? Do we just wait for the next box, or is there some step we're supposed to... How do we know how much we're supposed to achieve? Do we know that we're supposed to figure out this password before we finish? I guess we think we're probably going to have to decrypt that alphabet. She says you need to do this ritual that I was taught as a... He says, take this pendant, wear it to bed. You will need all the help. You need to cleanse your dwelling. Follow my instructions. They are not written with our alphabet. Okay, so it looks like this is the grandmother's instructions. And maybe this is our mission for today, to figure this out so that we can do the ritual to cleanse our house so we're ready to continue. All right, but before we get to work on that, I do think that, and the semaphore as well, yes. Let's do this, though. There's a lot of photos here, and maybe this is what Elaine has printed out for us here. Yes, she has printed out all these Facebook pages, but let's walk through them. Now, do you think they're oldest at the top? Let's look at the topmost one. Okay, so Isabel is posting, thank you, Kayla, for helping me pick out a telephone of my very own. Now, these are just screenshots. Whether these were ever on Facebook, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Clearly, we don't have to leave this set of prints. But now, what do we know about How do we know if one is older than the other? She says, someone will see and catch something I've missed. All right, let's go down to the bottom. Let's click this first one here. Oh, let me. I see she's still got only one friend. I see in the URL of the screenshot, it says uploads 2018, Isabella Rosum. And then this top one here. Oh no, that's just the, they're all 2018. So sorry, ignore the URL. That's the website that we're on. I guess she's first got a phone. That seems to suggest these are the earlier ones. Well, just walk through them, I guess. Here's the next one. It's a photo of her. Can we swipe through them this way? That would be nice. Apparently not. We know her last name now, Rosum. Here's another photo. Still one friend, Kayla, LOL. Obviously, I have to give you a lesson. Okay, so she's taking pictures with the phone that Kayla gave her. And Isabella's taking pictures with the phone that Kayla gave her in the first post. And here's Isabella, and here's Kayla posting, LOL, I'm going to need to teach you how to take photos. Okay, moving along. See, look how cute you are. Am I really? Definitely. Keep your eye on that friends one. I just want to make sure she doesn't get a friend that's not really a friend. Look in the back of these photos. Okay, so here's Isabella living her life. I'm just walking through these photos sequentially from top to bottom, which looks like oldest to newest. Isabella posts, walking into town through the snow today was so lovely, although the cold makes the trip feel longer. Here she is walking through the woods. Let's see, maybe, let me see if, what's the best screen for you all to see these on. If I do it this way, is this better for you? It might be better for you, but it actually doesn't work for me. So I'm going to have to go back to what it was before. Okay. Isabella Rosum posts, it's so blank. And now she's posted a little thing here. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Emily Dickinson. Okay, Valley says, I'm seeing a person in the background. You're going to have to tell me much more clearly when you see something what you're talking about, because by the time I see your message, I may have passed a whole bunch. You might have been talking about this. You think you see someone in here? Yeah, you're right. I do see someone in that photo. That's creepy. That's creepy. I agree. All right. Almost wish I hadn't seen that. Moving along. Oh, look. Kids in pajamas. Kayla, should I make a pair for Gertie? Go, babies in pajamas. Want to make your own pajamas? You can find the pattern on our farm website. That looks like a real website we could go to. Kayla says, obviously, and send pics, please. Can you imagine Granny's face? She'd be furious. She doesn't have to know. It's so warm today, like a taste of spring. I do love winter. It's such a peaceful time at home, but I can't say I'm sorry to see the days starting to get longer. If nothing else, it means I won't be walking home from town in the dark. It's so I see. Maybe we can connect. I wonder if these are strictly in an order. Okay, here's another one. This one reminds me of Gertie when she was a kid, always causing trouble, but so sweet. She's watching videos of baby goats. Baby goat tries to headbutt cat. Cute baby goats, a cute and funny baby goats compilation. Okay. So Kayla is thumbs upping all her photos, all her posts. Very sweet friendship these two have. This is the album I was telling you about the other day, Joanna Newsom, Wise. I can hardly wait to listen to it. I wish I could listen to it at home. You know there's a simple solution to this, right? Okay. Headphones. Come on, springtime, you can do it. Headphones. I can hardly believe how close the music sounds, like someone singing just to me. Kayla, you're the kindest friend I could ever have hoped for. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Kayla bought her some headphones. It's no big deal. They were like $10. Well, it means a lot to me. Wow, you're really getting a feel for these two girls' best friends. Anything in these photos in the corner we should be worrying about? Doesn't look like they're ever changing. Still got one friend. This feels like it's just another way to learn about these two. Okay, did we look at this one? No. Okay, she's listening to Nico Case. How I Feel Sometimes. The Wayfaring Stranger, the Tigers Have Spoken. Do you ever feel so tired you can't even sleep? Kayla gives a thumbs down. So our Isabel is feeling sad and Kayla is commiserating with her. Okay. I guess if I use this, you can see where I'm clicking. Yeah, here. Okay, so did we look at this one? This is the album I was telling you about. I can't go back with that. This is the one where she feels sad. Okay, here's next. When you're delirious with fever, but your best friend still humors you. How are you? Oh, now they're having a little chat. How are you feeling? Dreadful. All I want to do is sleep, but I can't. Aw, sorry, Bella. Is your grandma going to take you to the hospital? No, he's coming. It's too dark and hollow here. I can't sleep. It'll be okay. Don't worry. Please don't let me be hollowed out. I don't want to go. I won't, I promise. Whoa, that's creepy. Don't let me be hollowed out. I don't want to go. He's coming. That's creepy. Someone thinks the hands are creepy here? I'm not sure about that. What's this? Oops. What's this picture? That's a little creepy. All right. You don't want to do it. It's okay. Next up is this page. I'm feeling better at last, and I'm finally allowed to go out again. Thank goodness. Freedom! Glad you're feeling better now. Oh my goodness, did I tell you about the dream I had before the fever broke? All the shadows were moving around me and talking to each other about me. Look at Kayla's emoji. And then she posted a photo. If it's both terrifying and amazing, then you should definitely pursue it. Kayla gave a love emoji to. Boy, I really feel for these two friends. Like there's a real friendship here. Makes you wanna help them. Oh, here's that photo. I'm so excited for the bonfire. And then Kayla says, did you get home okay? Isabella says, yes, just fine, thank you. Thank you again for the ride. Okay, we heard about this ride on the from Kayla. how she said she drove her, but she had to drop her outside a little bit distance from her house. Was your grandma mad we were out so late? She wasn't exactly pleased. Are you grounded? She said we'll have to see if I'm responsible enough to handle the privileges she's been according me. Kayla says she seriously needs to loosen up. It's not even like we were doing anything all that bad. She's just worried about me. You are way too understanding. You know that, right? Next post. Kayla asks Isabella, where are you? Sorry, I couldn't make it today. We had too much to do at home today. You mean Granny Dearest didn't want you to leave the house? Please don't. So this is what Kayla told us before, how sometimes Isabella is not allowed out. Okay, we're up to these now. Isabella posts something. It's a pancake that's also a cup. Whoever thought of this? I'll have to remember this once blackberries are in season. Pancake cups. I've never heard of that. Okay, now Kayla likes it, and now Isabella posts, the scariest moment is always just before you start. Kayla likes that too. What is there should be a hotkey for going back, so I don't have to click on the screen constantly. Okay, she shared the pancakes. Now she's thanking Kayla for the portable charger. Thank you for the portable charger, Kayla. I'll be texting you all the time now. Just you watch. Ha 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 ha. I've created a monster. And make sure you hide it really well so your grandma doesn't find it. I've got the perfect spot out in the woods. She won't ever find it there. You have a secret hideout? Where is your secret hideout? How come you never showed me your secret hideout? And then here's the pancake. I was just looking at this weird overlaid text at the bottom of that, but I think it's just the website. Right? That's not anything significant, is it? You don't think that's something that's hidden for us to find, do you? What does it say? Surely that's not where you would hide something. Surely that's like just the website where this video comes from, right? What does it look like it says? Like VO. Surely that's not something that we have to pay attention to. Let's move along. I think of this song every spring. I didn't realize so many different people sang it, but I think this is my favorite of the ones I've heard. Gene Ritchie, Barbie Allen. Barbie Allen is an old famous folk song. I think there's one of my favorite groups ever is called the Pentangle, and they cover lots of old folk songs. They're sort of like a 1960s John Renbourn and Jackie McShee. Does anyone know the Pentangle? I think they have a cover of Barbara Allen, which is good. Definitely not my favorite cover of theirs, but who knows the Pentangle? I saw the Pentangle live when I was in England. And they were past their prime, but they were still amazing. Okay, she's posted 2 photos of the woods. Oh, I think this may be her secret hideout. I wonder if she's posting photos of her secret hideout. Do you think? Why is only a third of the screen? Oh, I guess I really can't make it half the screen because of the aspect ratio, but I was just thinking I could use that real estate better. I don't see anything in this, but I think this might be of her hideout. Okay. Shady Grove, my love. Okay. Next up, I believe in the person I'm becoming. I think of this song every spring. I didn't realize so many different people sang it, but I think this is my favorite of the ones I've heard. All right, we've seen this again. Maybe it was YouTube. Kayla loves that. C'est la vie. She's wearing a sweater that says C'est la vie. Okay, in the back, upper left, you can see a poster for what I believe is another Hunter Killer game of a musical band called Fluff or something like that. Kayla says, "You look so cute." Isabella says, "You really think so?" And then she gives this emoji with the heart eyes. "What did your grandma think?" She goes, she didn't love it. Funny. Anything in the photos? We see more pictures of the bonfire. Can't wait to spend the whole summer here together. The moment when everything is mwah. And then there's a post right at the bottom that's just of a road. Can't scroll up anymore. Maybe we're going to get the next part of it on the next post. No. So excited for summer vacation. I still can't believe you didn't have a bathing suit, says Kayla. Okay. Okay, Isabel posts, "You're exactly where you need to be." I know she's only strict because she cares about me, but every time she says something against town or my new friends, I feel like she's saying something against me. I wish she could see how much it hurts. This is who I want to be, and I think she still believes I'll change my mind and give all this up, but I don't know if I can, and she's angry, and Kayla agrees with her. That's like the neon flickering, shimmering signs. Okay, I don't have dates for any of these, but let's keep going. I wish I could sleep, but I can't. All week I've been lying awake every night, and now I'm just lying here watching the shadows move around me. But what I want to do is run and run and run until I can't run any further. You okay? Says Kayla. Isabella writes, "Sometimes I feel there's something live and shifting inside me, and it's beautiful and mysterious and just a little frightening because it seems to move all on its own. There are moments when I surprise myself with the twists and turns it takes within me." And then she's posted a video that looks like it's the starlings, the birds that move in a cloud. There's so many of them, and they have little flocking weird behavior that looks like it's like pulsing and doing weird things. If you haven't seen the starlings as a flock, you might want to check it out. It's very weird. There's so many of them. Let's look at the chat. No comments. Okay, we're at that time of the night when no one is answering, no one is talking to me. Everyone has fallen asleep listening to me read. That's all right. Let's continue. Here's a close-up photo Isabella has posted. Kayla has not given this a thumbs up. Looks like she's in the library here, Kayla. Anything important about the library for us to notice? In the background, doesn't look like it. Hard to see what she's looking at. Still only has the one friend. Here's Isabella with a new photo in the library. No comment from Kayla on it. It's just background library. Such a beautiful day, way to celebrate Independence Day. Okay, so now we have a day of the month, July 4th. Kayla says, are you sure you had fun? You seemed a little freaked out earlier, maybe because of all the lightning. Well, the fireworks were so loud, I've only ever heard them from a distance before. Kayla says, so are we okay? Isabella says, of course. Okay, and there's her photo of a sparkler, which freaked her out a little bit. Understandable. Okay, now we have a forest photo. Here's Isabella. Kayla, did you take this picture on my phone? Oh, Isabella has seen a photo on her phone of a scary forest, and she knows she didn't take it. Who took that photo? Kayla says, no. Isabella says, are you sure? I don't remember taking it. LOL, were you sleepwalking or something? Boy, that's creepy. How did that photo get on her phone? Be the energy you want to attract. Isabella writes, when is she going to understand I don't want to be like her? I love her. I know she thinks she wants what's best for me, but I can't be like her. I just can't. Not after everything that's happened this year. How could I ever turn back? How could she want me to? She's angry, and Kayla agrees with her. Okay, looks like it's blackberry season. And the photo is starting to get corrupted. Kayla says, oh my God, wild blackberries do taste better than the ones from the store. You were so right. Isabella says, I had so much fun picking them with you. They are really having fun together. Happy birthday, Kayla. You are so dear to me, and I feel truly lucky you are part of my life. Many happy returns of the day. Kayla says, thank you, exclamation part 3 times, and then a heart. Isabella says, Granny and I never really celebrate our birthdays, so it was lovely to be invited to your party. Kayla says, okay, we definitely have to throw you a party then in December, right? Okay, so now we know that, I wonder if this is going to be relevant at some point. Isabella's birthday is December. And then Isabella posts, do more of what makes you happy. This feels like real young girls chatting. Okay, Kayla shared a link to Isabella's timeline. Laura Vare's July Flame official video. Yes, she says. I think she's saying yes about the December. I'm not quite sure. This, you could be listening to this music while you play this game if you want more theme. Okay, then Kayla has another link to Isabella Rossum's timeline. I'm not sure what that means. Shared a link to her timeline. Angel Olsen, shut up, kiss me. And Isabella has hearted it. You don't think these two are falling in love with each other, do you? They're just friends, it seems. Maybe it's going to get deeper. Okay, was that this one? Yes. Isabella says, I'm so tired of arguing. I couldn't sleep, so I slipped out and took a long walk this evening. Nights out here are so alive, all the little creatures moving around in the dark and the sound of leaves like they're whispering my name. How is it I never noticed it before? Alone out here in the woods, it feels like their voices are just for me. Kayla gave this a thumbs up, but maybe because she didn't know what else to say. Okay, here's another photo of Isabella in the library, lost in space, it says behind her. Anything else in the background? Some DVDs. Isabella says, 2 weeks is long. Kayla says, I'm getting home on Sunday. I'll see you so soon. It isn't the same without you here, says Isabella. Kayla says, miss you. Okay, Isabella has posted a photo. She's hanging out with Kayla when she posts it, and we've got corruption in the photo. Kayla says, I'm so glad you like it. I love it. It looks like she's talking about a bracelet that maybe Kayla gave her. Like a yellow bracelet, like maybe it's a beaded bracelet. How can summer be almost over? I wish it could last forever. So this is probably a friend group. Corruption in the photo. Kayla says, me too. They're both sad. Next post. Isabella says, I can't stand being in the house these days. It feels so confining. I suppose I'm afraid things will go back to the way they used to be when it was just the two of us alone together all the time. I know it's different now that I have other people in my life and I don't always have to do what she wants me to do, but when I'm stuck here for days on end with no hope of seeing anyone else until the weekend, it's hard to remember that. I'm so lonely, so restless, so ready for something to change. She's sad, and Kayla has agreed with her. Isabella says, it feels so quiet now that school started again. Kayla says, wish you were here. Actually, scratch that. School sucks. I wish I could just skip and hang out with you. Okay, because Isabella is homeschooled, so she doesn't go to school with the other kids. I think that was this one. And now we are here. The leaves are starting to turn. I can feel change coming. It's in the air, the seasons, but it's also unfolding inside me. And I only hope I'm brave enough to see it through. What's that about? We've got some corruption in our photo. Whoops, and it looks like we've got a person in the woods again. That's creepy. Isabella posts, all of this can be broken. She's posted a video, Laura Marling, Devils Spoke, official video. Kayla has given it a thumbs up. Then Isabella shared a link to Gillian Welch, I'll Fly Away, which Kayla has also given a thumbs up to. Now she's posted, what you seek is seeking you, by Rumi. I don't know what that's from. Kayla has given it a thumbs up. What you seek is seeking you. Okay. Anything that we should be studying in that? I don't know why she posted that. Okay, we're almost done here. Sometimes I think this is the only place in the whole world. Look at those hands. Oh, that's creepy. Something has corrupted her photos and injected themselves. I don't think those hands were in that photo when she originally posted that. Okay, that's creepy. Did it corrupt anything else here? Look at that. Oh, there's the hands we were just looking at. Is there anything in this? I don't even want... Oh my God, look at that photo. There's a person behind her in that photo, like a shadow creature. I don't think that's normally in that photo. This little corrupted photo almost looks like there are ropes around her too. I don't like that. There's that shadow creature behind that photo. Am I the shell or the thing that grows inside? There's that photo. Boy, that's creepy. Are they symbols surrounding the sparkler? It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Kind of looks like those are the symbols. And I don't know if they're detailed enough for us to figure them out, but it does kind of look like it. All right, well, there's that scary thing. What's growing inside Kayla? I don't like that. Okay, let's look at her last post. Her last post is, "Oh, let me." That's weird. "Oh, let me." What does that mean? So her last post is, "Oh, let me," and the one before it is, "Am I the shell that grows inside it?" She says, "Maybe someone will see it and catch something I missed. See if there's anything in there that it could explain what happened to her." I mean, I don't know that we saw anything that could explain what happened to her. We certainly saw some creepy stuff, though. She mentioned the shadow creatures in the fever post and mentioned how to keep away spirits in an early blog post. Is this related to the lightning, the bad energy? Yeah, I wonder. All right, well, it seems to me that our next assignment, surely, so we've gone through all the documents and we've gone through the website. What we haven't done is gotten access to the password protected blog entries and deciphered the alphabet and the semaphore. So the semaphore code, that's a weird one because it comes without explanation. Like, we aren't told where it came from and what it is. Let's see if we can't find semaphore code in one of our books. And figure out. So semaphore surely okay, so here's our semaphore. Cipher system that can be used over distances is semaphore. A system uses the position of two flags to represent letters. Here's the semaphore alphabet. So someone on a boat or something could be sending it. A little imagination, semaphore system can be adapted to use as a written item. But so let's see here. So we think it's in pairs. That makes sense. Sometimes they're in vertical orientation to each other. Sometimes they're horizontal. And that's what it kind of looks like. We've got pairs, right? So if we were to try to decode this, maybe this is a good example of what we don't have to brute force decode. We can just get the gist of it and then look up the rest of it. So let's see if there's a good way we can avoid. Let's see, just to get the look of it. This one looks like northwest and east, which looks like this one right here. That's a Y. So we're going to decode some of this till we're convinced we know what we're doing. And then we will skip doing the rest of it. Okay, so then the next pair is going to be this one, which looks like maybe an O. Next up is this one, which is just 2 raised straight out. That's a U. Okay, so clearly we've got the word U and then a word gap, word space. But Valley says, I think this is upside down. I suppose there's no way to know what's right side up and upside down, but the fact that we just got Y-O-U with a space makes me think that I'm holding it properly. Okay, Logan says, Logan has finished the decryption. And he says, you can carve something into a tree you don't want people to see. This is a tree rubbing or photo of a carving. So U-C-A-N, is that right? That's not a C. Okay. Well, you're going to have to tell me then. No, I didn't decode it. It's why it's there. Okay. Well, I wish you were being a little clearer about what you're saying. So I'm going to continue then. Let's make sure we understand this code. We're up here now. It looks like we've got upper right. I'm trying to make sure it's this one here, L. L. And then this letter is, it looks like they're almost vertical. Looks like it's almost a D. This is a pair. That's an L. Then this one is, looks like a C to me. And maybe it's the I. That's an I. Okay, and then this one here looks like it's a vertical and a horizontal. Looks, I guess that was a P, but that doesn't quite seem right. This one looks like a vertical up and then a straight down. It's interesting, but it's not this hand. Maybe this is U wide and maybe this is an E. What does the E look like? An E, that could be an E. I think it says U wide. But Valley was not sure if it was upside down, but I think we've got U wide. All right, so I don't want to, keeping with our plan, my idea is that we not decode the whole thing, but we say that we know how to decode it. It is semaphore, and we'll just get the rest of it online. Okay, Logan is saying, I wasn't giving you a solution, just a reason that you could carve it on the tree. Okay, so I think I'm taking your point. You're saying this looks like a carving that was made on a tree, and we've given a photo or a rubbing of it. And that would keep someone away or something, but it seems like it says you lied. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. I thought because I noticed the black and white were flipped. Well, I mean, we could try to flip it upside down and see if we get words out of it. But let's just consider that it's clearly semaphore and we'll move on. All right, so we're going to move on now to this alphabet. We've got two printouts. I believe what we're looking at here is the instructions that the grandmother or mother has given us. First of all, let me clarify. Is this the mother or the grandmother? Surely this is the grandmother because it skipped over the mother. Okay. So this is going to be the ritual instructions that we're supposed to follow. And this is Kayla's practice note. So this should be easier for us to decode. And we think we know some letters. So let's start filling in. We think that's an A. I guess all of these we know are A's. A. And we think this is an E for Grace. Grace. So let me do all the A's and E's. Now you might say we could just skip this and say that we know it. We don't have to go through this whole thing. But I kind of enjoy these puzzles, and I think I'd like to spend a little bit of time doing this. There's our E's. Okay, there's our A's and E's, and that makes us think that the rest of this, so that's a G. We shouldn't see too many of these. G, G. E that I missed. G. Surprising number of G's, unless I'm being too generous about that. There's another E. Makes sense, there's lots of E's. Okay, there's our R, the spider on a stick. There's the word R, so that tells us we're on the right track here. This is probably deer or fear. Okay, there's another R. Kind of hard to write on this paper, unfortunately. Okay, spider on a stick is R. There are some other patterns here, like this is the upside down spider on a stick. I wonder if that means anything. I could wonder if there's any relationship. This was an E again. Wouldn't mind a better pen for this. Okay, we did G-R-A-C-E. Okay, C. Oh, that's the upside down one. This is our A again. This is our C. This is an A. Here's a C. A C. It's that the pen doesn't work well on this paper is the problem. The color printer paper works well enough. Okay, so R. We said this was a G. And then we've got this as well, which is some sort of a hint. I wonder if these are going to be like, this is either a word, a phrase, or it could be like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like you could imagine A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Does it repeat now? No. Well, we know that's an E and a C. I'm going to write this one out because it feels like this one could give us a clue of some sort. Maybe I'll do it over here. So we know this is our E, and this is our C. And then we thought we might know what this is. I thought this might be for empty faces, that this might be an F. Any way to confirm that? Do we have that symbol anywhere? I'm not sure we've seen it here. Here. If that's an F, that this is probably an I or an O. I'm not sure that's an F, but I'm going to mark it there. And this is the spider. We said this was an R. And this might be our F again. And this was her practice, huh? Well, this is either of or if. I wouldn't be too surprised if it's of, and that's an O, and that could be an N. That would be an O. That would be an O. That would be an N or an F. We already think an F, so could that be another N? F-O-E. There's a lot of these. I'm not 100% sure about that. There's our spider on a stick. We said that was an R. Not sure about these O's. So I'm using a different pen color. Of course, we're not even sure. That doesn't seem very likely. B-A-O. Can't be that many words that are B-A-O. Jonathan is trying to be a little cleverer. Let's see. I think the symbol on the notebook is not an E, might be an F. Yeah, that's what we guessed. Okay, I think the one on the sheet music is the same word twice, maybe protection. I like this idea that this is protection, and I like your thinking about T-I-O-N. Okay, let's see about the duplicate O's. That matches up the O's. and it matches up the T's. That is great work. Okay. It is absolutely protection. That gives us a whole bunch of new letters, but also, could they be inspirational quotes from her Facebook post? Second group, second line. Okay, I don't know what Logan is saying. Second group, second line, but for sure this is protection. It absolutely could be sayings from her Facebook, but let's do this because this is so tempting. Okay, so this is pointing out that my O's were wrong. This is surely protection. So that means my O's were wrong here. Go and do it this way. So this O is a triangle, triangle, circle is an O. Triangle, triangle, circle is an O. And my guess about the blue O's was wrong. Probably then, I'm guessing that's an I. Blue O's. Let me just go get rid of these. Okay, triangle, triangle, circle is an O. Let's do these. Sorry, you can't see that fully, can you? Okay. Triangle, triangle, circle, O, 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 O. That was very good to see the word protection. That's very helpful. Okay. Soon it's going to all fit in, but we might as well do the letters we can see. All right, here's the P. It's a triangle with two small triangles. That's a P. Makes sense that there are too many of them. There's a P. There's a P. EAP. P. Okay, a T is this one here. All right. This should all start falling into place very soon. P. P. Boy, that's going to be an S. P's. Okay. So this is surely strong something. So this is surely going to be an S and an N. So let's go do these S's. Strong plants. Strong plants, probably, right? Yeah, there's our other S. All right, let me do all the S's here. S. 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 So I wrote an essay about proper use of ciphers in mystery games, and to me, it doesn't. This is the best way to use a cipher in a game. You're basically making it a deductive constraint satisfaction puzzle that can bring into use of your knowledge of English, of statistics, of context. This is how ciphers should be done. Rather than esoteric stuff, have you be able to figure it out by getting little clues that help you fill it in eventually. Okay, so that was our S. Our O, which we already guessed correctly here, turned out to be a correct guess. So let me go fill in all those. This was a T. Trees we've got here. This is our N. 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 Okay, strong plants, so that's going to be our L. Go do the L's. This is clearly moonlit. So we were right about this one. It was either an O or an I. I guessed O as my first guess, but it's clearly an I. I'm going to go in and fill in those I's since there were so many of them. That's the one we erased at some point. That's our I. That was the if that could either be of or if. We tried of first and it wasn't quite right. So you can see now we have enough letters that it's all constrained and we can figure out the rest of it. I. Strong plant. So that was the L. Do we have some more of those? Yes. L. That was our I. This is our L again, right? Strong plants are got in moonlit, so there's an M. Do we have any more M's? Moonlit forests, so we already knew this was an O. No. Moonlit. This is our L. Fields. So that's a D. This one is a D. D. That was an L. D. D. That was a T. That was a D. Strong plants are got in moonlit fields. We already know this one is an N. Near moonlit trees. Strong plants are got in moonlit fields near moonlit trees. Don't step in a stream if a leap can do. Good tidings in a P-O C pocket, that's a K. Okay. Good tidings in a pocket rock. Tea kettle, tea kettle. Kinglet said. Is that right? Or is there something weird here? Tea kettle, Kinglet said? K-I-N. G. That's our L. That's our E. That's our T. Is kinglet meaning something? Tea kettle, Kinglet said. What? That's just seems weird. Kinglet. Well, it sure seems like these letters are right, though. K-I-N. That is the G. That is the L. Kinglet said. Any thoughts on that? All right, having decoded that, we can now decode the message we really care about, which is this one. Someone can tell me what they think about kinglet, though. Is that from some poem? All right, so now we would like to have a nice alphabet, but I'm just going to try to do this. This is the one we can write on, right? Yes, okay. R. This is our I. R-I-T-E. That's our O, I believe. O. That's our F. Right of. Can you see all this? Okay, right of S-A. This is a little bit like when we played Blair Witch. Eventually you come to recognize the words if you work with the code enough. Right of sage. S-T-A-I. This one is right of sage stain. O R I E. I think is that our N? Orient. S-A-G-E. Orient sage to R-E-N-T-E-R. That's not right. R-C. Orient sage to center of. This is our R. This is our OOM. Orient sage to orient the right of sage strain. Orient sage to center of room. I think that's our L, right? No, that's our G. IGN. Going to be ignite. Ignite. ON. Ignite 1. EN. Is that our D? Yes, that's our D. Ignite 1 end of SAG. Ignite 1 end of sage. ROTAEE. Rotate. S. M. O. I think that was probably our K, right? Rotate smoke to. This was our S, right? S. A. What was our G? Rotate smoke to sage. S. T. A. I. Rotate smoke to stage stain. E. N. T. I. R. E. To stain entire. A. R. E. To stain entire area. R. E. Which one was this? Just leave it blank and we'll figure it out as we repeat. F. O. Repeat for A. What was that one? For all. R. O. O. F. F. Repeat for all rooms. And this was our S. B. O. Was that our P? Yes. Stop. S. M. O. A. Smoke. A. Stop smoke and P. L. A. C. E. Stop place. Place smoke. S. T. S. A. Is that our G? Sage. That was our I. N. P. O. Sage and pot. Or P. I. Gonna be N or 10. F-E-E. E-E-A-R. Let's see. Okay, here's the ritual that the mother wanted us to decode and follow. Rite of sage stain. Orient sage to center of room. Ignite one end of sage. Rotate smoke to sage stain the entire area. Repeat for all rooms. Stop smoke and place sage in pot or tin and feel peace. And Rick says a kinglet is a type of bird. There's a bird whose call is said to sound like a tea kettle. It's called the kinglet. Jonathan says, good job decoding, everyone. Okay, that was some good team effort. The reason I spent all the time to decode it is just because I felt like the game deserved it. We won't always be spending this much time, though, on each box. So we're going to perform this ritual after we come back from break. And then I'm not going to bother to manually decode the semaphores, but we'll go to the online stuff and we'll see if there's anything more. I guess we should talk a little bit about whether you think you can guess what the password might be that her Facebook posts are. We might try a couple. We might try like Woods or Isabel or some common guesses, and if none of them work, then we'll just go to the end. But give some thought to whether you think you might be able to guess what that password was. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back 3 hours into box 1 of the Woods Empty Faces Season 1, box 1. I was just asking the channel about should we play a second box. Logan says, Psyche Loss says, I would say if possible go to box 2. Box 1 has a lot of info, seems easily forgotten. Working on box 2 may help keep some of it in the forefront. Logan says, I think we could do another one if you feel up to it. I said I'm up for it, but Jonathan Warner is going to be leaving after this one. Jonathan is sort of the one I look to make these decisions, but I think there's enough people here that we're going to go ahead and push through box 2 because we have to train ourselves for long sessions if we're going to play this and make it by the end of December. So time for us to stretch out and prepare for multiple boxes per night and long sessions. But the chat is right that we still haven't finished this box. So let's at least finish this box. So we have a couple of things to do. But before break, I asked the chat to come up with potential passwords for the blog, for these mysteriously locked blogs posts on Kayla's website. Now, she hasn't protected it, so she wouldn't use a password she knows. But we can try to guess a few things. So I think let's make a list of what guesses we have. Now, if I had to guess about the nature of this password, again, reiterating that it's not Kayla hasn't put this password on. So I think if you had to think about it logically, what you'd probably say is that there's some entity or spirit or whatever that is corrupting these posts and these pictures, and that's the spirit that locked it, or Isabella locked it. So you might guess it's a password that Isabella would know or this evil spirit would know. And we've seen the corruption evil spirit looked like shadows and stuff. So, but there's a couple of phrases that we've seen used repeatedly. So like you could imagine it might be woods. You could imagine it might be protection. I think lightning would be another good one because we keep seeing these corruption and we're told the grandmother uses the word lightning as a sort of generic term, maybe for internet, electricity, etc. And then you could imagine that some of the things she said, like in her last post, she said something like, I'm becoming. Am I the shell or the thing that grows inside? Like you could imagine that it's a riddle, like egg or something. You could imagine that it's Isabella's name. You could imagine that look at this, by the way. The word here was protection, and look, it's actually the word protection is underlined here. So we already have protection. You might imagine that it could be sage. Probably not. If it's Isabella protecting it. Let's see if anyone else has any other items to add to this list. It's a good chance that semaphore will help us with the password. Oh, that's interesting. Tea kettle or kinglet. Could the semaphore help us with the password? I'm assuming that all the passwords are the same on all of these hosts. That's possible that it's not the case, but let's start with this Rosemary one, because if every post is different, then Sage is clearly going to be the password for this one. So I think they're all the same, but let's just try some here. Oh yeah, I'm going to try Sage first, just because if they're all different, Okay, so we tried putting something in, and does it even say no? Invalid password. Okay, so now let's try the passwords we really think. So I think all the passwords are going to be the same. I think protection is our best guess, so let's try protection. No. Just try Protection. Okay, what was our next best guess? Woods? No. Lightning? No. Isabella? No. Kinglet, the weird word. The bird's name? No. Someone thought tea kettle. Unfortunately, it's 2 words. I'm going to put them all in with no spaces. No. Tea kettle with a space. Okay, so none of our guest passwords worked. Try egg. Okay, none of our guest passwords worked. Our problem here is that we don't even know if we're supposed to be able to figure this out this session. Or if we need to decode the semaphore. All right, let us then... I have one more theory, hold on, to my list of names. There was some very suspicious... That doctor was very suspicious to me. And he had a weird name that they referred to him by. Dr. Hargo. Like, if the name for the password is this doctor who's up to no good, Harold G. Oliver, otherwise known as Hargo. Hollowed was another word. Hollow or hollowed was weird. Chat says, what about moonlit? Maybe. I think I like the others better, but let's try. But again, we're not going to waste too much time on this. What was the thing about the bone stars? No. Okay, let's just try here. I'm going to try Hargo, the doctor's name. No. And then Hollow. Hollowed. And then Moonlit. No. Okay. Let's not go crazy here. I guess the other option would be to use the password for the episode. That would be a very weird thing to do, but let's try that in case the game wants us to know the password for the official password here. Seems unlikely, doesn't it? SPRT 1163. Surely that's just the password for hints. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's not get carried away with that, but let us go do our... Okay, Logan says we're skipping a puzzle. That is another unclear statement. Please write out what you're saying with enough information. Are you talking about the semaphore? Are you talking about something else? However, I think we need to follow her instructions to light the sage. No one has lit this stage who played it previously, but I feel kind of strongly about these games that when we're cursed, I don't want that curse to stay in my house. So, but I hate smells. Okay, what are the instructions that we're supposed to be following here? Orient the sage to the center of the room, which is basically the center of the table. Ignite one and rotate the smoke then to stain the entire area, and then put it in a pot or tin, and then feel peace. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm rotating it to do the whole area. All right, and then we cover it up. Okay. Smells like marijuana in here. All right, but now we are safely protected. I do feel a little bit more at peace now from this evil creature. All right. Now that everything is safe, I think we're going to now go to the hints and look for the semaphore solution. Valley says, I think that's the answer to the mystery. Isabella tried weed for the first time and she's just incredibly high. It could be. All right. So, how do we get hints? We have two options. We can read the hints that Elaine Covington or the previous owner has printed out for us. And it's really the semaphore solution we want, which we think starts with "you lied." We just don't want to have to brute force it. I think what we should try to do is see what website is available for us. So if we go to the official Empty Faces website, we've got Getting Started, and then we've got Episode Recap. We don't really want a recap. We want hints. We click Getting Started, what do we see? Don't expect each box, how to play, research, deciphering. What if I need help? Further research, large social media community. Not anymore. Not anymore, they don't. Okay, so we're not going to get help here, but we could get a recap. Find your season, select the episode you're working on. This information can be found in the inventory card. Inside each recap, you'll find a list of items contained. Selecting an entry will display a drop-down, allowing you to read only about the item you've selected. Some entries will note a hint or reveal. Okay, here we go. So it says recaps, but really it looks like we could go in here. Okay, episode 1 of The Woods. Remember, this is the official web page that moved a little bit. It wants the password. So now it wants this password. SPRT1163. All right, sure, you can save it. Okay. So, letters from Grace, hint 1, hint 2, scan diary pages, Grace's instructions, tree rubbing, hint 1 and 2. Okay, so we want the tree rubbing. A scanned copy of a tree rubbing which depicts symbols carved into a tree trunk. According to the letter from Grace, Isabel used this language in the past to talk to the wood spirits. Symbols represent a real-world method of communication, which we know is semaphore. The method of communication represented by these symbols is based on the use of flags in various positions. Okay, so those are the 2 hints. We already knew that, and we have decoded it. We know the basics of decoding. So I'm going to skip down here to tree rubbing reveal, which should tell us how it decodes. Okay, the hidden message reads, you like, not lied, like. You like shaman gift I made for your birthday. You my only friend. You will want to continue your research on this method of communication as the language presented here will be important throughout the season. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so you like Samhain. Samhain gift I made for your birthday. You my only friend. So is this the tree spirit talking to Isabella, or Isabella talking to the tree spirit? And is this a message from, this sounds like a spirit writing this. So I think this is a spirit trying to talk to Isabella, and maybe this is our password. Maybe Samhain is the password? Samhain is something about, it's something occultish, right? We could look at the blog posts for birthday, her birthday, which we know is in December, but you like the Samhain gift I made for your birthday. So I guess since this is the thing we're doing here. The name Samhain can refer to the Celtic festival marking the end of the harvest season or to an English cricketer. Samhain was celebrated from dusk on October 31st to November 1st to mark the end of summer and the beginning of winter, is the origin of modern Halloween. The name Samhain could... all right, that's something different. Okay, so... is it possible that Samhain is the password? Samhain is October 31st, considered the end of the year and a middle date between solstice and equinox. Maybe the ghost boy was her friend before she met Kayla. Now the ghost is angry and jealous because of the real life friend. That is certainly possible. Jealousy is bad for people and ghosts. We don't even know, let's remember, we don't even know that the blog password has anything to do with that carving. But let's try Samhain. We don't even know if we're supposed to solve this tonight. I'm going to put in Samhain with a space, Sam space Hain. No. I'll tell you what, let's not kill ourselves over trying to find a connection when there may not be one. So if this is the entire recap, I don't see anything here about the blog and the password to the blog. So it looks to me like maybe we don't have to solve that. But let's look at Grace's instructions, which we already figured out. Right. In the letter from Grace, you learn the symbols in Grace's language. With this knowledge, you should be able to do this, and then you should be able to get the rest of it. Okay, so it feels like these are the only two things we have to solve, and we've now done them. If we click on the doctor's memo, insight into the health, it's important to note the document's strange appearance. We did that. We did the tree rubbings. We did Grace's instructions. Okay, let's look at the letter from Grace if there's anything information here. Grace has contacted you. She believes you can help her granddaughter. She gives us an example. Yes, okay. Hint 2, translate the symbols, how you would normally end a letter. We guessed that correctly. Diary pages. 2 pages are scanned from Isabel's diary. She recounts a day spent with her friend Kayla. She also mentions a website that will be important to explore throughout the season. So I think maybe we aren't meant to figure out the password yet. The word in Grace's language corresponds to a specific word Isabella mentions on the same page. That's the protection. Okay, so it seems to me like we have finished and solved box 1, and we are not meant to have completely solved that password for the blog. Does everyone feel like they agree with that? Does that make sense to everyone? And I suppose I should be wearing this for protection. Although maybe I'll just keep it out. The sage, I think the sage worked. Okay, I'm just going to put this here for now. We'll have to put it all away later. I have to say that was a thoroughly enjoyable box with a very deep, rich, believable story. And now Jonathan is heading out. Delia says, I just woke up. Hopefully box 2 makes sense for me, as I'd love to join you for this play. Okay, well, we've been playing for 3 hours and 20 minutes. We decided to continue. We will miss Jonathan Warner, all of us, well, I know. But we're on a clock here. So onward to box 2. Let me keep everything here together. Okay, so everyone take a little break. If you've got sage at home, you remember how to protect yourself. Smoke the sage and rotate it in a circle. And now box 2. So at the very end of that box, we've got some sign that there's some spirit in the forest that's been haunting, tracking, stalking Isabella, perhaps. Okay, hints and reveals for episode 2. So we think this is Elaine Covington making copies of the online content for players to play this after it goes offline. Same thing here. So that's going to be amazing for someone who wants to play this game after December 31st. In fact, let me just remember to take off that little sticker I put on. Well, I guess I'll come and fix it later. Okay, 9 items this week. So as long as the online content is there, we shouldn't need the special stuff that's been printed out for us. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got a letter from the mother, probably the grandmother. Maybe we'll start with that. Let's arrange everything though. We've got another doctor report. We've got a little feather, a prism, more of the symbols, and some drawings. It almost looks like these, in fact, it very much looks like these drawings are what became the alphabet. Like there's our A, and there's very similar to some of the other things we've seen, right? Like these look like the alphabets. Interesting. Then we've got a photo with a very scary face in the background. That's very creepy. Some excerpt from a book and more pages from Isabella's diary. Okay, let's start with the letter. Has everyone got their coffee and tea refreshed? Dear stranger, so much you have to learn, and I fear our time runs short. Short in time, short in clarity. Deep in the dark dungeons of the mind where we long to forget, there is a weakness in all of us. Through it, demons whisper. Subtly, we begin to hear them, a faint scratch that cannot be itched, or a vague thirst that cannot be quenched. Sleep may seem a solution to this, a way to ignore the demons through the night in the hope that the sun of a new day will burn out evil. But this way of thinking is foolish. All things in light cast a shadow. See the doctor. See this photo I took of him with a pinhole camera I made. I took it through a prism, which separates light into its parts so we may see the truth that may be hidden. I cannot trust him now. I will keep an eye on him, but know that while you gain strength in your dream space, so too the faceless dark strengthens. Use the prism in this way to reveal those whose hearts may dwell in shadow. To ignore this shadow is to let its power fester, and too often it is ignored. Beneath the veil of dawn lurks a fomenting evil, dripping with hunger and hate. My family has been powerless to stop it for all our generations. Only have we been able to keep it at a distance. Our gifts connect us more intimately with the dream space. and therefore we are at greater risk of corruption. It seeks to use my family to further its own goals, goals that we cannot reckon, yet believe me when I say to you, it is nothing less than horrifying. That is why we must save Isabella soon. The longer she remains in her away state, the more time the evil has to take her wholly. The less it has of us, the longer we may sustain equilibrium and so continue to survive. To this end, we must find help. You must help. I have divined in the Ogham that there is another who may help us, another that you know better than I. She has answers. I see much, but the lightning blinds me, and I will not go near it. I will not, but you may. You have, you will. The next step requires the three mighty elements, soil, sky, and sea. I give you a feather from a beast of the sky. I also give you a sheet of paper from a tree grown in the soil that I have enchanted. It is an old enchantment, one to connect those in need of each other. On the paper, I first inked a series of icons. What my mother taught me were sacred helpers. Robin, hat, ladybug, acorn, bee, dandelion, owl, firefly, fox, dragonfly. A special candle once used to baptize I lit at midnight. As I held it in my hand over the paper, I watched the dim, flickering light reflect in Isabella's unblinking eyes. I spoke into the flame, into the light, into what hope remains. My granddaughter and I are now connected to this paper. You must also be so. Fill a large bowl with the third element, water. You needn't go far. As much of what we are is water, as the cycle of rain, steam, and clouds repeats, as is all water connected to the sea. Add the feather to the water, remove the feather. Set the paper to float on the surface of the water. Grasp the bowl with both hands and say Isabella's name 30 times. Then, using your left hand, tap the bowl 3 times. 3 taps, 3 elements. The way forward will be revealed. Good luck, be brave, the long fingers of the dark reach for us all. How cool is that? Yeah, the grandmother is definitely on our side. The doctor is corrupted. We knew that. She talks about another person. I think she's talking about Kayla. And then there's a long process that we're supposed to do with the water and this sheet, which I guess we're going to do at some point, but we won't do it in the start. We'll go through everything else first. I think she's talking about Kayla here, don't you think? Where she says, we must find help, you must help. There is another who may help us, another that you know better than I. She has answers. This woman says, I can't deal with the lightning. In other words, like the phone, but Kayla can. And then she signed it, Grace Montgomery again. Okay. So look at this evil photo of the doctor. Do we need to use this somehow? I mean, I don't see what there is to do. We already can see that his face is evil. That's really creepy. She used the prism to spot the evil people, but okay. And then there's a feather we're supposed to put in the water. Let's see what else we got. Oh, here's another doctor's update. I wonder if the prism could be used with this. Okay, from the desk of Harold G. Oliver. Isabella remains in serious condition. I maintain my optimism that all will be well. Sin is behovely, but all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. That I would receive the same vision as the old anchoress only steals my resolve. I heard of a new treatment that may be beneficial. I will search for someone in the pharmaceutical trade who will sell it to me. If only I could convince Grace that Isabella is gaining strength, that this new drug may help, then perhaps she would not worry so much for her granddaughter. Then she could have more freedom to go about her days. Isabella will hang on, and I will continue to treat the household in confidence as long as I may. One hard copy of this report printed for Grace's records. And then these corrupted texts are just all repeating stuff that we could already read. There's nothing new on them. All right, this doctor's creepy. Nothing on the back. All right, let's read from Isabella's diary. It looks like she's got some sign language here. TS, what is that? An E? I don't know what these are. They're cut off. TEST. This could be a test. ATEST. Someone knows sign language. They can fill us in. Unless she's going to teach us here. This morning, I found this balled up on the porch of all places. Someone had torn out part of the page. I can't imagine why Granny would do that, but who else could it have been? I hate to think that she would read my diary without my permission. Only things have been so tense between us lately. I haven't brought it up to her because I know we'll only argue about it. We're always arguing these days. It seems Granny just keeps saying that all this lightning would make me sick. So she's found someone has torn out part of her diary, crumpled it up, and threw it on the porch. She thinks it's her Granny, but we think it could be something more evil. Let's read what it says. It's a little dark. So this is her diary that someone didn't like and tore it out. While I was at the computer station today, I kept having the sense that someone was watching me. I would turn around to see if someone was looking at me. Something, but it was quiet. Today, only a few families. Only a few families and the librarian. Nobody seemed to notice me at all, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling in that place, in that space between my shoulders, as if someone was about to touch me. Then Kayla came, and she wanted to something. So she took me shopping with her. She wanted a new blouse, maybe. So she took me shopping with her. Every store we went to was playing a different song. I asked why they didn't all play the same song, and she laughed. She laughed and and then it cuts off. And now we have a new note that looks like it's starting in the middle. But it doesn't make Kayla sick, and I feel fine, really I do. Granny keeps harping on about my restless nights, but I can't see that it makes any difference. I've had a few bad dreams, but if that's the price I have to pay, I can stand it. Everyone else can live a normal life and do what they please, so why shouldn't I? More than anything, I wish she could see how happy I am. I never realized how lonely I was before. Doesn't make Kayla sick. I feel fine. So Granny is telling her, like, using the phone is making you sick and giving you bad dreams. And she's saying, no, everyone else can use it. You're wrong. And then here is some excerpt from something. I don't know what that is. There's a fish and a light. Kind of weird. She's got a picture of a bird here. Buy a new blouse. Okay. Check the first doctor note with the prism when we get to it. All right, I can check it. I don't know how to... I don't really know what I'm... I don't see any way to make the prism make sense. Or... Actually, now that I look at it, like, what is this text? So what I've been mainly looking for with the corrupted text is to see that, confirm that it's matching text that's already here. So there's nothing new to see. And yet there are some parts that look like I can't make any sense of them, but I don't know how the prism would help with that. All right, we're not going to worry about that for now. Let's do the stuff we can do. So here's another page from her diary. Looks like she likes to do some collages and stuff. Go for it after high school. Easy come, easy go. Go for it. I'll never forget everything you've heard is true. What would a vacation be? She's got some semaphore here. It used to be that I only had Granny and the goats and... Oh, this is the wood spirit for company. Now with Kayla, I feel as if I've arrived in some bright land never even knew was there. It feels like coming home. This is some tree spirit. Even in my worst dreams, I wouldn't turn away or trade this for anything. Even in the dreams where I'm drowning in a darkness that pours in and in and in until there's nothing left of me, not even then. There's still so much I want to see and do. Kayla was telling me how she saw cherry blossoms once on a school trip, and I can't help hoping we get to see them together someday. She says it was only a few hours drive away. How small it makes me feel to think I've never been more than a few miles from home. Here she's keeping a list of things she wants to do. I want to go to a concert. I want to swim in the ocean. I want to see cherry blossoms in spring. Okay, now, who is this spirit in the wood? All right, where's our semaphore decoding? This spirit in the wood, is that the spirit that's sort of done something to her? Can we do it with this? Is this easier? This is like, I wonder if this is easier to do. It looks like it's this one. A. And then the next are two outright. That looks like R. And then these two down. And this looks like an A again, actually. Yes, A or A. And then this one, I'm looking over here. This one looks like W. And then this one. Surely that's an A. And surely that's an R. A, R, A. It's only this one. That's a W. A-R-A-W-N? A-R-A-W-N. That's weird. Okay. I remember vaguely a photo from her Facebook page, a library photo where that creepy face lingered above her, like the one next to the doctor. Rick says, read the green highlighted text on the doctor's note. So you think, are you just noticing that, or do you happen to know? I would trade strength for freedom. That is creepy. That's pretty creepy. If we read the one that's got all three colors, or all two colors, I would trade strength for freedom, for green for jealousy. Shall we look at our first note from our first box and see if we can also see something like that? Her condition, we do not expect her to recover. A steady hold on her condition. We do not expect her to recover. Maybe it says that. We'll be sure to look at the hints for this later. Okay, just a little bit creepy. Okay, so I got that this creature's name is Arron. That doesn't quite seem right. But I don't know what else it could be. It sure seems like that's the semaphore for R1. All right. Well, she doesn't mention this book, but let's read about the Blue House. Chapter 3 of The Blue House. What bothered Emily the most about her room was that she could never see the sunrise. Her house blocked the morning light from shining into her backyard, keeping it damp and dark for too long. Her window faced the western sky, giving her the perfect view of the sun setting into the trees behind her house. But she hated the colors and how blinding the light was, especially in the summertime. She would much rather see the sunrise. Today her mother came to feed her breakfast and remind her that Gwen was visiting in the afternoon. Emily had lost track of the days and completely forgotten. "Are you sure she's coming?" she asked. "Of course, why wouldn't she be?" Emily suddenly felt her stomach churn. "Mom, will you make some cookies, please? It doesn't matter what kind." She said, "Maybe not snickerdoodles, though. Gwen doesn't really like cinnamon. And there should be a green jacket somewhere. She left it here last time. She also left me some books, but they're still on my dresser and I didn't get to read them yet. But Honey, calm down, her mother said, gently urging her to lay back. Emily had tried to sit up without realizing it, and now her whole body was heavy. She took a deep breath before speaking again, quieter this time. Will you comb my hair before she comes? I'm sorry. Lately I'm... Don't be. Sleep a little more for now. I'll get you ready in a bit. Is this a famous story? I don't know that. Emily was propped up on a stack of pillows when there came a gentle knock on her bedroom door. Gwen was all smiles when she came inside, a plate of warm cookies in hand, and seeing her made Emily feel small and faded. Her hug was tight, comfortable, but Emily could barely return the touch. Gwen sat on the edge of her bed and stroked her long combed hair. You look good, Em. A lot better than last time. That wasn't true. What do you want to do today? We can listen to music or watch a movie. Oh, did you get to read any of those books I left? Emily glanced at the stack of books on the dresser and shook her head. Sorry, I haven't had the chance. You can take them back. No, that's all right. Keep them a while longer. I know you'll love that fantasy trilogy. I bought a few more. If you want to take a look, Gwen said, rummaging through her tote bag. Here are some DVDs, too. I saw this movie in theaters, and it was so amazing. The theaters? Who did you go see it with? Gwen stilled. Mark and Hannah? I know they haven't stopped by in a while, but they really miss you. They always talk about you. I'll convince them to come next time, and we can all hang out together. You don't have to do that. It's fine. Let's listen to some music or something. It's not fine, though. They say they're busy, but that never stopped them before. I don't know why it's so different lately. Why do you still come over? Emily could see her stiffen and search for the right kind words, and she felt sorry for making Gwen feel this way. Because I wanted to see you, Gwen finally said. Is that a bad thing? Not really. I'm sorry, Em. I still don't really know the right way to help. You can't. Emily looked out the window. You can't do anything about it. Gwen didn't reply, so Emily closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her room was dark and her friend was gone. She was glad she missed the sunset. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. Well, it's a story about some sick girl. All right. So someone had something interesting I can see in the chat, a theory that Logan says perhaps the password is this weird spirit's name. That's a very interesting idea. I think that's worth a try. Let's see if, in fact, the password is this ARAWN. No, I really thought that was going to be it. ARAWN, unless we've decoded it wrong. I really thought that was going to be it. Any chance she scrambled it or that we've decoded it wrong? I don't think it's not that easy to decode wrong. All right, well, let's not worry about it till we know we have to worry about it. It seems like the next thing to do... Oh, well, we've got a message. We've got a message and then a secret process that we're supposed to go through. But let's go ahead and decode this message first. It's short enough that we can decode it as long as I get out the previous. Oh. Okay, let's go ahead and decode this. It is the same alphabet, isn't it? But I don't remember this one. In fact, it's different. Some of it is different. Or at least some letters we haven't seen before. I mean, that is our normal A. That's our E. That's our D. D-E-A-R. Deer. But this is new. This is new. Most of these are the same, so these must just be letters we haven't seen. Okay, well, it's time for a break anyway. We'll take a break. I'll make a copy of this that we can write on. It looks like with the letters we know, we should be able to get the new letters we haven't quite seen yet. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. Maybe I'll get the water bowl ready to go. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back, and a very interesting comment in the chat. Amato Rose says, Aron Aran is the king of the otherworld in Welsh Celtic mythology, specifically the ruler of the land of Anwen, which is often equated with the underworld or afterlife. And Logan Hill points out that something that I think is worth pointing out, that although this was created by people who were part of Hunt the Killer, it was a separate project, and so the norms of what the game expects and might do may be different. I suppose maybe it's worth trying. He was the ruler of the land of ANNWN. Seems unlikely. No. Okay, let's keep going. Let's decode this message. So I've scanned it and printed it out. This is our right side up version. Here's the words we know, letters we know. Let's do the ones that we know. That's an S. That's a D. That's an E. That's an A. That's an R. A, E, A. This one was R, right? R, yes. E, E. There's our R again. Our A. This was our I, yes, I. This one is our N. Rain. Those are S, A, N, D. S. Was that our L or G? L. That's P, obviously. Something E. This was our C, I think. C, A, L. Don't know that we know that one. A. This one we have seen before, but it's rare. Which one was that? Can't remember. A. That was our I, right? And this one was our N. Okay. What, we do know this one. That's OG. Okay, so and is this going to be an M? Yes, that's our M. Do we really not know this common letter? Like, it comes up a lot. Have we really not seen this one? Seems like we should have seen it. It's so common. I don't see it though. If we had a list of what letters we were missing, it might make it a little easier, but I feel like we should be able to solve it. Okay. Same, something dear. Then we've got this symbol a lot. Symbol. Calm again. This is probably a B. And I don't think we saw this before. Don't step in a stream, leap, good tidings, pocket rock, tea kettle. Yeah, okay, well that's going to be a B. So there's our B, which we've not seen before. That's surely going to be a Y for baby. So it's just two letters, this one and this one. We're only missing two letters. What letters are we missing? It's got to be rare letters that we wouldn't have seen yet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. One of them's probably an H. I don't think we've seen an H yet. H and a J. H and a J. It's got to be a vowel, right? How could there be a vowel we haven't seen yet? That doesn't make sense. This has got to be an H though. So that's a U. That's the vowel we haven't seen before. Hush, dear baby. Hear the rain, hush and sleep, be calm again. Hush, dear baby, hear the rain, hush and sleep, be calm again. All right, well, that's creepy. But I don't know that it helps us with anything. I don't see how that helps us. You could try the password hush. I'm not sure what the likelihood of that is, though. Well, it feels like we've done everything in this box other than the instructions that the mother gave us to do a little ritual. I feel like what it's going to do, if I just had to guess, I would guess that each of these creatures is going to turn into one of our letters. And we're going to get a message, therefore. Just trying to anticipate it. All right, well, let's see what this procedure is. I've divined in the Algam, whatever that is. Okay, the next step requires three mighty elements, soil, sky, and sea. I give you a feather from the sky, from a bird of the sky. Okay, there's our feather. I also give you a sheet of paper from a tree grown in the soil that I have enchanted. We think it's this one. It's an old enchantment, one to connect those in need of each other. On the paper, I first inked a series of icons. So she's drawn these. And then she says, a special candle once used to baptize. I lit it at midnight. As I held it in my hand over the paper, I watched the dim flickering light reflect in Isabella's unblinking eyes. I spoke into the flame and into the light, into what hope remains. My granddaughter and I are now connected to this paper. You must be also so. Fill a bowl with water. Then add the feather to the water. Then remove the feather. Then set the paper to float on the surface of the water. Grab the bowl with both hands and say Isabella's name 30 times. Then using your left hand, tap the bowl 3 times. The way forward will be revealed. I'm a little nervous to do this. For fear it will destroy this paper, but given that this game is going offline, I'm going to do it. I just wish I had scanned it first, but I guess what we'll do is we'll get a nice solid screenshot of it here. Which will be almost as good as a scan. All right, I guess we're going to do this now. What is this about lighting the paper? Do we need to worry about that? Like, do I need to do that before I do this? Or is that just her saying that's how she got connected? Fill a large bowl with water. You needn't go far. As much of what we are is water, as the cycle of rain, steam, and clouds repeats, as is all water connected to the sea. Add the feather to the water. All right, we're doing it. There's the feather in the water. Then remove the feather. Okay, feather in the water. Then I'm removing the feather. I have some paper towel here if I need it. All right. Set the paper afloat on the surface of the water. Grasp the bowl with both hands and say Isabella's name 30 times. Grasp the bowl with both hands, say her name 30 times, then using your left hand, tap the bowl 3 times. 3 taps, 3 elements. The way forward will be revealed. Okay, here we go. Isabella, 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 Isabella. That's 30 times. Tap 3 times using your left hand. 1, 2, 3. The way forward will be revealed. Okay. So I don't see anything being revealed, but it's perhaps because this has already been done. It's all disintegrating. What? Well, this may be one of these things where This may be that it's already been done, and this is the result. But it's gone. So maybe I shouldn't have done this. I think probably what we were looking at was the result of someone doing this. Like perhaps it was like all of these figures were scrambled and you couldn't make them out, but when you put them in water, what was on top got revealed. Okay, well, we're going to do our own spell here. We're going to put all these symbols back. All right. That's all right. Probably if I had read Elaine's instructions, they may have told me. That's okay. That's not the end of the world. We'll be able to restore that for the next person. So I think probably the final result of that was that piece of paper, which sure would have been nice to all right, so it's this piece of paper. I'm guessing that we can get letters from that, or just the first letter of each, perhaps. So she tells us what they are officially called. Ladybug, acorn, bee, dandelion, owl, firefly, fox, dragonfly. The bird is a robin, and then there's a bat. So if we write out the first letters, we have like dandelion, bee, ladybug is an L, the owl is an O, the bee is a B, the bird is a robin. Can't even see that. Then we have a bat. We have an acorn. And we have a firefly. And then we have a fox. So if we were to use letters, these would be our letters. Doesn't feel like that's it. It feels like maybe I was on a better track when I said that those look like our letters here. I'm trying to figure out what is this correct. I wish I had scanned that. Okay, double F's. I don't know what that means. So I've just written the letters of their things. Dandelion, ladybug. Oh, that's the firefly there. That's an F for firefly. What was the... Was that a dragonfly? Do we have a dragonfly? Dragonfly. Sorry, so that's a D here. Ladybug, and then the B is under the ladybug. And then we have an owl over the robin. So if we were to use the letters, assuming that that image would have been hidden, so when we recover it, this is one possibility. We may have to go to the hints for this, unless we can see, these are my saved screenshots, unless we can see what letters these would have been from our alphabet. I'm just not sure. Like, I get a hint that these are the letters, that dandelion would be an A. Well, it'd be an upside down A. So I wonder, do we turn these upside down? Like, if you flip that image of the dandelion upside down, no, not really. I guess right side up. I'm not sure. The B looks like a letter, but is it though? Like, what letter would it be? Can we find one of them? They do look like the letters, but I'm not sure, like, that I would be able to tell you what letters they are from our alphabet. They just look slightly of them. I can't really do it. I should have made a scan and a printout of that before we dropped it in the water. That was my error. I can get it from the screenshot and print it out, but like, what is that acorn going to be? We don't have any letters that look like that acorn. The way forward will be revealed. I think the second letter on the notebook is the acorn, says Logan. All right, let's just look at that to get some idea of how likely we think we're on the right track here. Logan thinks, I think we're just going to turn to the hints here, but Logan says that this is the acorn, which we think is an F. I mean, it's awfully tempting, but then what would the robin be? Like, what have we... That looks a lot like the acorn F, but do we have a letter that looks like like a robin? I don't think we do. Okay, I think this is what we were talking about. We could spend an endless amount of time here. We don't know what the water was supposed to do. So I think this is when we are going to, sooner than we would normally do, but we are going to go and look at the answer. Get some hints here. So we're in the woods. Episode 2. We have a theory about how to use these. And now we're going to see if our theory is correct. But rather than sit here for a long time wondering. Okay. So what have we got? GMJJ2179. Okay. Episode 2. The letter from Grace. She also gives you instructions on how to use the enchanted paper. Okay, so we're looking for enchanted paper. The symbols on the enchanted paper corresponding with the sacred helpers mentioned in the letters. Yes, the acorn, the ladybird, etc. Following the instructions in the letter from Grace will isolate one of the sacred helpers on the enchanted paper. Will it? It kind of isolated all of them. They all turned into... The acorn is the only one... Well, feels like they all kind of survived in one form or another. Okay, one of the sacred helpers. I sure hope it's going to tell us which one it is. Enchanted paper reveal. Okay. Place the enchanted paper in a bowl of water. Most of the paper will dissolve except for the robin, which will remain floating on the surface. I see. They all should have fallen into the water except the robin, which stays floating on the surface. Well, here's the robin. I can't say he stayed floating on the surface. So that didn't really work. That didn't really work. All right, well, assuming it is the robin that stayed floating on the surface, do we think that's going to be the password? Is that the password or is that something else? No. All right. Well, what do we do with the fact that it was a robin? So we were wrong about it being letters. But what do we do with that information, knowing that it was a robin? So let's imagine the robin stayed floating on the surface. Is there something else that we could now, on our own, figure out to do, having seen a robin? She says, the way forward will be revealed. Okay, so we reveal when it's the bird, and we know from her descriptions that it's actually a robin. So that's how we're connected to all of them, with a robin. But how does that help us? If it's not the password, what is it? Could it be related to this? What do we do with that information? What do we do? I mean, we could look up the answer now, but it feels like we should take a moment to at least Could there have been something on one of the blogs about a robin? Is it related to this? Hush, dear baby, hear the rain. Hush and sleep, be calm again. I mean, I don't know. She said the way is going to be clear. I mean, even if this had worked perfectly, I don't understand. The way would not be clear if we could see the robin. Is it possible that the robin figure comprised letters? Is a kinglet a robin? No, it's a kinglet. We're connected with a robin. Somehow, if we were forced to choose, we would choose robin. I wonder if it's like one of her blog page photos. Mentioned robin. How strange. Okay, this is okay. I'm not frustrated at all, but I think this is again one of these things where normally we might spend an hour here thinking about it. But we don't know what the game wants. So we are going to go and click on this enchanted paper reveal number 2. Okay, so a robin floated to the top, and then what? The password for the post is robin. The password for Dreams Part 2 is robin. So each of those are going to have different passwords? Wow, I would not have guessed that. That's kind of insane. So what we're saying is that we couldn't have been trying. We couldn't have been trying one password on all of these. I think this unlocked when we put in robin. This unlocked even though it didn't seem we got any sign that it unlocked. So when I put in password somewhere here, robin, hit enter. This is very weird. So we hit robin, it said invalid, but has it unlocked other things? Do we need to see if anything else unlocked? Like, did any of our other passwords work and we didn't see it? Protected, 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 protected. But dreams unlocked. It looks like that's the only one that unlocked. But boy, it didn't give us any sign that it unlocked. All right, well, it worked. So we did figure it out, basically. We figured to try robin on the password page, but it didn't work very well. Okay, here we go. Okay, we've already talked about 23 Dreams a little bit, but there's so much more to say. It looks like there are numbers hidden in this text in red. Okay, there's more to say. I'll read it in text and then we'll go right down the numbers. I didn't realize that dreams could be so important. Isabella says she's actually had a bunch of dreams that have come true, which, like, I can't even. I didn't realize this doesn't happen to everyone, 22. Yeah, no, not everyone has prophetic dreams. Oh, that's Isabella saying, I didn't realize this doesn't happen to everyone. Yeah, no, not everyone has prophetic dreams. That's definitely a sensitive people only thing. Well, it seems natural to me. It's not really so different from dreaming about something that's already happened, is it? Okay, sure, except for the fact that it literally hasn't happened yet. But what's the difference between the present and the future, really? Those are such thin boundaries. We're passing from the present to the future all the time, aren't we? And it shouldn't be difficult to sense things that are going to happen to us. Those seeds have already been planted in our lives. Everything that comes to pass happens because of choices we've already made that lay the ground for what's to come. Okay, this is getting way too deep for me, LOL. Anyway, here are some more dream meanings from the Hex book. Cat means walking between worlds, companionship. Cave means secrets, exploration, hidden depths. Cuckoo, spring is on its way. Something has changed without you noticing it. Deer, you're on the hunt for something. A dead or dying deer can mean illness is coming. Festival, celebration or joy, nostalgia for childhood. Fire is new life from destruction, hope in a dark situation. Flood, danger or threat you feel is inescapable, being overwhelmed. Kidnapping, something outside your control, getting carried away. Rainbow, something unusual is going to happen, relief from suffering. Singing, a message you want to express. The meaning depends on the song. Sunset, coming to an end. Like I said before, there are just so many symbols in dreams that we could probably do 105 of these posts and we'd still have 22 stuff to talk about. We could certainly do another post on this subject if you don't think it'll be too deep. Sorry, I'm not as wise as you. Some of us aren't super sensitive natural witches. Geez, I beg your pardon. What have I told you about that word? And then we seem to have some audio here to listen to. I have a theory about these numbers. Let's see if you guys have the same idea. Where is my audio? Where are my headphones? Let me get my headphones. Where did I put them? Okay, what did you notice about those numbers? What did you notice about those numbers? Anything? What observations can you make about them? I'll tell you what observations I noticed. First, felt like some numbers came up a lot. But the second most important thing I noticed was they were all under 26. That suggests to me that they might just be the letter numbers of the alphabet. But let's see if we can listen, if there is actually audio that we can listen to here. Let me fix this first. Okay, let's see if there is audio. Oh, I don't like that. That was scary. I'm going to have to listen to it again, but I really don't want to hear that ending part. That's scary. Okay, I think I heard in the beginning, Hush Little Baby. It sounded like it might be It sounded like it might be these phrases, but the only one I really heard was like hush baby. I apologize. If you were trying to use this channel to sleep and you heard that scary thing, you're going to get some nightmares. All right, that was terrifying. Now let's go back to these numbers and see if we can figure out, see if we can make sense of this. So what we really want here is letters, numbers to letters. We can get it. Okay. Let's see if we're right. 23 dreams a little bit. 23 is a W. And then 20 is a T. Well, that does not look like it's going to be right. 23, 20, and then a 3, which is a C. This does not look like it. Okay, well, what are the other alternatives? So much more to say. 2020. So there's two 20s here. Very easy to overlook stuff, but already talked about 23, 2020, and then she does 22 and then 3. Wow, is it going to be easy to overlook stuff by accident? There's 23 is our W. Okay. 2020, and then we have a 22 and a 3, which is V, C. Then the next line is 22 again, which is a V. Next line is a 14. No. Is that a 14 or is that, yeah, that is a 14. 14 and then 2 9s. So N, I. Okay, it doesn't look like we're doing that, but it is very odd that these numbers are all under 26. We've done enough of the letters that we're not spelling anything backwards. Is it possible it's reversed? We're not going to spend too much time with this. Logan says we should write down all the numbers first. I don't disagree with that, except if we're not actually going to do this long, detailed puzzle. Let me just see something for a second. So the fact that they're all under 26 is deeply suspicious to me. I'm just going to check that it's not in reverse. 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. I'm just going to check. I don't know how convoluted this game is likely to be. I'm just going to write these numbers in reverse. So if these were reversed, 23 would be a D. And then 2 20s, which would be G's. Okay, so that's not right. All right, before we look it up, let's just brainstorm. What other observations could you make? Like, look at that 22 coming up all the time. Multiple 22s in the first paragraph. Then down here in the what's the difference, we have so here's another possibility. Let me just look here. Let's just make some observations. Where is our common 22? Okay, 22 comes at the end of a word, not in the middle of one, but so is 23. He's trying to think, like, is the same number always, like natural has the 8 between the R and the A. There's 24. Looking for a repeat. No, hidden depths 5 is all by itself. Is there anything that can show us it's not a book code? Like look at that rainbow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10. I'm looking for a statement where a number is bigger than the number of words. Okay, like coming to an end 20 after sunset. So obviously that 20 can't be telling us what word on the line it is because there aren't 20 words on that line. And surely it can't be the 20th letter because then it would be ridiculous that the numbers only ever went up to 24. Treat them differently if they're black or red. I think they're all red. I believe all the numbers are red, although they are some on black lines versus red lines. That is true. That is an interesting idea. We have a double 9. Our eyes are R. So here's a theory. What if the 23 is actually a 2 and a 3? A double 2 would be a double B. That doesn't make sense. But BC would be 2, 3. That doesn't make sense. What about how many things are here? Not 23. Could these be indexes onto something else? Hmm. If A goes to W, get root X. I don't really know how you can jump to that. Well, okay, we said at the beginning we're going to play this game differently, and we're not going to spend as much time as we normally would with the codes. So I think we have to force ourselves to be true to that. So let's go and look at hints. Normally, I'd want to spend a lot more time trying to figure this out, but we have come up with some reasonable guesses, and I think we should look now. Okay, so, but what are we looking at here? We looked at the spirit alphabet. Is that what we're working on? The message can be partially translated using the information you learned from episode 1. After fully translating the message, each letter can then be shifted using information found on one of the password-protected posts. Spirit alphabet note. What is it talking about? Now I'm confused. If this is the spirit alphabet note, we didn't need to do any shifting. So spirit alphabet note. This is the spirit alphabet note. But this hint says the message can be partially translated using information learned from episode 1. After fully translating the message, each letter can then be shifted using information in one of the password-protected posts. So I think what it's trying to tell us is that we can turn this sentence, like a little bit of steganography, these words, it's telling us to do shifts on based on these numbers. So I guess what it expects us to figure out to do is do plus 23 on this, plus 20 on this, plus 22 on this. I mean, we can certainly try a few letters, and if it makes sense, then we'll... So H... I guess the easier way to do it is this. H is 8. Plus 23 would be 31, which would be 5. This is pretty convoluted. 5 would be an E. I think that's how we would do that. And then it's saying that the U we would do plus 20, which would make it 41. Which would make it 15. Oh, this is not... this is not right. All right, well, okay, we'll do it systematically for a few letters, but this is surely a weird thing. So we're going to write down the first 5 numbers or so. 23, then 20, then 20, then 22, then 3, then 22. This is a very weird thing. 14, 9, 9. Okay, let's just look at these. 14. 9 and a 9. Okay, and then we think this is hush, dear baby. And the number for those letters are 8, 21, 19, 8, 4, 5, 1, 18, and 2. So if we shift by adding, we get 31, 41, 39, 30, 7, 27, 15, 27, 11. Then rounding over, this becomes a 5, modulus 26, right? And then modulus 26 here is 15. Modulus 26 is 13. 4, 7, 1, 15, 1, 11. This is if we were to go forward. So if we were to go forward, we get E, O, M, D, G. This certainly doesn't seem right. Okay, that's clearly nothing. Let's try going negative. "23 shifted 8 left is 15. This is 26. That's going to be a Z. That can't be right. This is a 1. This would be a 14. This would be a Z again, 26. This is ridiculous. 17. So this phrase would be O, Z, A, N, Z, Ozans? What is this nonsense? Of course, you only have to be off by 1. Like if we're missing one little number here, or if one of these 2s should be a 2 and a 3, then all hell breaks loose. Okay, that's okay. We've done enough. Let's go to the next hint. Okay, partially translated, then shift using the post. Okay, let's reveal more. Using the information you learned from episode 1, the message translates to, dear... What does the message translate to? Hush, dear baby. Hear the rain, hush and sleep. Be calm again. Okay, so we decoded that. Now, let's see. The dashes represent symbols that were not present. You have to figure them out. Okay. In the Dreams Part 2, there is an audio file that can also help you determine the full words. Okay, well, we heard that. All right, so far we're here. Now, what is reveal number 2? The completed message reads that. Okay, we translated that. Each letter can then be shifted using the numbers found in Dreams Part 2. For example, the first number in the post is 23, so the first H should be shifted 23 letters backwards. Which would give you a K. So why did I not... I see. I subtracted this from this, but I should have done it the other way around. Minus 15, minus 26, minus 1, minus... So if you do it that way, then this becomes K. Wow, shift backwards. That's pretty painful. All right, so then the message is, Kayla, I miss you, please. Yarrow key is summertime, help me. Okay, and we wouldn't have needed this last hint down here about it's the password to another post, because we remember that one of the other posts is called Yarrow. Okay, so it's Isabella who's trying to reach out to Kayla. And now she says the Yarrow key is summertime. Okay, that was pretty convoluted and going backwards. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it ever would have occurred to me to try to shift letters of a fully working message. Like if this was nonsense letters that didn't make any English sentence, then I would have looked for ways to shift it. But I'm not sure I ever would have guessed that, though we did guess properly that the numbers were going from 1 to 26, so they were probably letters of the alphabet. I do think this is a convoluted puzzle, and I'm glad we didn't spend 2 hours on it. Okay. She's doing her best. She is doing her best. Okay, so now, though, knowing what we know, we can go back. Now that we also know that each of these posts have their own password, she has said the password to the Yarrow is summertime. So now let's watch what happens when I put in a proper password. So I put in summertime, and what happens? Nothing. And yet, if I go back, it's still not unprotected. Okay, now it's unprotected. Okay. And now we have a new encrypted message. All right, well, let's screenshot this in both ways. Okay, so what do we notice here? Can we put this on a full page? Not really. We've got to do it this way if I'm going to look at it too. All right, so let's see what we see here. It looks like she's reusing the words Kayla in almost every word here. Like it's Kalya everywhere, but with different weird versions, weird diacriticals and Unicode, weird stuff. It's almost like it's an ASCII code. Let's do what we know we can do, which is the semaphore stuff. Feels like we might want to print out this semaphore page, since we're clearly going to be using it a lot. Okay, what is our semaphore say? Is this the screen I want? Yeah. Okay, what is our semaphore signature? Is this the, this is the ARAW? Where's his last thing? Okay, it's not ARAW though. I thought it would be this guy's name again. But what is it? I think this might be a C. And then the straight out ones are R. Not sure that's a C. but what else would it be? CR, and then this is almost the same thing again. This definitely, maybe this is the D. I think maybe that's not a C. Let me just finish doing all of these first. This looks like an L. CRDL. What is that supposed to mean? Hmm. Um, the R and the L are definitely right. I was thinking before that I decoded a little bit of the semaphore wrong last time, and it would be nice to know which ones I was getting wrong there. I do think that's a C, though. And surely that's a straight up and down line. Use the left-hand page. Yeah, you mean use this. It still give me the same thing. CRDL, if that's what it says. Is that some clue about how to do this? I mean, surely these are word breaks. So the vertical lines are surely word breaks. And probably the double vertical line, which you can see somewhere in the middle here, is probably a sentence break. What if we get rid of the Kayla part? So look, it's in reverse. This thing here reads Kayla in reverse and then an A. And look, Kayla, K. It's all Kayla, K. K-A-Y. K-A-Y-L-A. K-A-Y-L-A. K-A-Y. So every sentence, every word is starting to spell Kayla in some form. Kayla, K-A, and then there's some extra stuff, and then Kayla, and then Kayla. And here again we have Kayla, Kayla. Then we have some weird stuff. I can. I think maybe we're just taking the letters that aren't spelling Kayla. So K-A-Y, K-A-Y, A-K-A-Y, L-A, K-A-Y-L-A, K-A-Y-L-A, K-A-Y, A-K-A-Y, A-K-A-Y, Kayla, Kayla. The at is still going to be an A. Kayla, 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 Kayla. But then it says, I can't. Kayla, 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 I can't. Kayla, 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 Kayla. S-T-A-Y, stay. Kayla, 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 I can't stay. Kayla, Kayla, Kayla. Please, please. So he's saying, Kayla, I can't stay. Please. And then where did I get to? Please. Please. Then he does his Kayla's, and then he says Kayla. And then he says HELP, help. This is pretty cool, actually. He says, help, Kayla, 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 Kayla. And then he says, body. Does he say body? Did I skip over anything? It's all Kayla. What is this word here, though? Oh, help. Yeah, help, and then help, help. Then he says body, Kayla, 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 without. Body without. And he's got a lot more Kaylas. And then he says Kayla. Then he says HOLLOW, hollow. Oh, this is Isabella talking. I can't stay. Please help. Body without hollow, she says. Hollow. Out. Hollow. Kayla, Kayla, Kayla. HELP. Help. Kayla, 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 Kayla. CAN. Can. Kayla. Kayla. And then OUHE. U. I guess it's saying U. Y. Kayla. YOU. UHEA. That's probably a registered R for trademark. Yes. Can you hear? Okay. YOUHEAR. Can you hear? Kayla, 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 me. Kayla, Kayla. Can you hear me? More. Kayla, Kayla, Kayla. Can you hear me? PLEASE. Can you hear me, please? Help. Kayla, Kayla, Kayla. And then it's all just Kayla. All right, that's pretty creepy. I skipped the bottom row. I skipped the fourth row from the bottom. Help me, then fourth row, then bodies. Let's see. Did we skip this fourth row? Kayla. S-O-U, soul. Soul. Help. Body, soul. Doesn't matter. We're going to read what the official, thank you for that, but I'm going to read the official rather than try to do it more. But it looks like it's not going to give it to us here. Like, it's not going to tell us. Oh, yes. No, it's not going to tell us what the full body without soul. That's what it said. I can't stay. Please help. Body without soul. Hollow. Help. Can you hear me, please? Okay, so that was pretty cool. Doctor's memo hint. We're going to now look if there's any other hints. The Dr. Oliver mentions an old anchoress and uses one of her famous quotes. Also notice that the blue and yellow code blocks overlap. An old anchoress and uses one of her famous quotes. I don't know what that means, but I guess we should have noted that there was something weird that he said. I would receive the same vision as the old anchoress, only steals my resolve. So we don't know what that means, the old anchoress, but shame on us for not writing down that phrase to keep our eye open for it. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else here? What about scan diary? The words Isabella writes in her secret language is Aran. Okay, we figured that out. Isabella mention of dreams hints at the password-protected post titled Dreams Part 2. Huh. I suppose we should look what we're talking about so that we get the hint the next time. I am not sure that there was really that hint to be gotten. So that's it. And then for some reason, this recap is not telling us about what we figured out on our own here. Body without soul. Hollow. Can you hear me, please? And then I suppose we should always be thinking about whether we can guess any of the passwords. They're all going to be different. Effigies, maledictions, sage, hawthorn, wormwood, yarrow. Yarrow we already did. Why is this one decrypted here? In dreams, body without soul. It's kind of weird that the dream's unprotected here, but when we went to the yarrow one, it still seems to be protected here. Why is it a separate page for that? I don't know. But I guess I'll write this down in case we need to reread this. And we'll screenshot it. All right. So I believe that means we have completed box 2. Could hollow be a password for body without soul post? But it's not password protected, yeah. So we probably should make a list about the password protected blogs so we keep our eye open, our ear open for anything that looks like it could be a password to that. Well, 5.5 hours, we finished 2 boxes. Our second box was quicker though. If you extrapolate that, what do you get? 2 to 3 hours per box. We've got 25 boxes. We could be looking at 75 hours to finish our goal in December. Seems doable. Okay. A pretty impressive game, though, in terms of storytelling and immersion. I'm not hating, in fact, us going to these hints when we have. In fact, I feel like we've not read a single hint that I felt like that stole some experience from me. So maybe we're going to learn something when we finish this set, that going to the hint earlier is not the worst thing in the world. Okay. Now, when will we play box 3? It's possible we'll play it tomorrow, but I don't want to promise. But keep your schedule open. You're going to have to be on your toes if you want to join me for all of these live, because I'm not going to give you that much advance notice. But I did have fun. I did appreciate the company. And I'll see you all next time.